I can still close my eyes and feel the cold seep into my bones, the kind of pervasive chill that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with dread. It was years ago now. I was maybe 22, full of that reckless confidence only youth can truly understand. My passion then, as it still is to some extent, was finding forgotten places. Not the tourist traps, not the easy hikes, but the spots that maps barely remembered, places whispered about in obscure online forums. I chased the thrill of discovery, the quiet satisfaction of standing where few others had, convinced I was somehow immune to the foolishness that often traps lesser adventurers. This particular trip, though, it was different. It started with a cryptic old forum post about an abandoned mining village, deep in a valley that the state park map skirted around. No name, just a vague set of coordinates and a warning. No birds, ever. I remember scoffing. No birds, I thought. That's just some local legend to keep people away. And honestly, that only made it more appealing. My old pickup, a rusty but reliable beast, groaned through miles of increasingly neglected Forest Service roads. Potholes turned to craters, asphalt gave way to packed dirt, and eventually just two faint tire tracks overgrown with weeds. My phone, predictably, lost signal an hour back. I told my roommate I'd be back by Sunday evening, maybe Monday morning at the latest. A quick trip, just a day and a half to explore, take some photos, maybe shoot a video for my tiny YouTube channel. Typical Alex, always underestimating, always going alone. The sun was already dipping towards the tree line by the time I finally reached what looked like a clearing. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying wood. The forest, which had been alive with the chirping and rustling I was used to, gradually became quiet, not just muffled, but truly silent. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring, a vacuum of sound that felt unnatural. I cut the engine, and the sudden absence of its rumbling left an even deeper stillness. I stepped out of the truck, stretching, taking in the scene. What greeted me wasn't a village in the traditional sense, but a cluster of dilapidated, gray structures hunched amongst skeletal trees. There were a few small, dark cabins, a larger building that might have been a mess hall, and the skeletal remains of what looked like an old water tower. Everything was crumbling, reclaimed by moss and ivy. Dust motes danced in the fading light, swirling around silent echoes of lives lived and forgotten. The sky above was a muted canvas of orange and purple, stark against the dark green of the pines. And then I noticed it, or rather, I didn't notice it. My ears strained, waiting for the familiar call of a robin, the distant caw of a crow, the flutter of wings through the branches. Nothing, not a single chirp, not a rustle. The air was utterly still. Even the buzzing of insects seemed absent. It was as if the very concept of sound had been surgically removed from this specific patch of wilderness. A shiver, sharp and unexpected, traced its way down my spine. That forum post, the one I'd laughed at, suddenly echoed in my mind. No birds, ever. And for the first time, standing in that deepening twilight, an uncomfortable, unfamiliar knot began to tighten in my gut. This wasn't just quiet, it was wrong. The air itself felt heavy, a thick blanket woven from damp earth and a profound absence. My ears, accustomed to the constant hum of life in the wilderness, strained against the vacuum. It wasn't just quiet, it was an active, consuming stillness that felt like a pressure against my eardrums. The knot in my gut tightened, twisting into a cold, hard stone. This wasn't the thrill of discovery I usually sought. This was something else. This was a warning. But I was Alex, and Alex didn't back down easily, especially not from a local legend, no matter how unsettling it felt. No birds, ever. The words kept replaying, a chilling mantra. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the local ecosystem couldn't sustain them. Maybe the mining chemicals had poisoned the land silently over decades. But even as I thought it, the excuses felt flimsy, unable to stand against the palpable wrongness of the place. I walked a few paces from the truck, scanning the immediate area. The skeletal trees, stripped bare of leaves in places or cloaked in a sickly dark green moss in others, cast long, distorted shadows that danced with the fading light. The structures were even more decrepit up close. The cabins, 4 of them clustered together, looked ready to collapse with a strong gust of wind. Their windows were dark, empty eyes staring out from under heavy, sagging eaves. The larger building, probably the mess hall or a communal building, had a gaping hole in its roof, like a forgotten wound. My instinct was to grab my camera, but my hands felt oddly reluctant. The familiar urge to document, to capture, was overshadowed by a more primitive feeling, observation. I needed to understand what I was seeing, what I was feeling. The first thing I decided to do was set up a basic camp. Even though I'd planned for a quick trip, the encroaching dusk, coupled with the unsettling atmosphere, told me staying overnight was now a necessity. No way was I driving that treacherous road in the dark. I retrieved my small tent and backpack from the truck bed. My headlamp was also a priority. The fading light was already making it hard to see the ground, which was uneven, littered with decaying leaves and fallen branches. As I began to unfold the tent, a faint glint caught my eye. It was near the largest cabin, partially obscured by a thick growth of ivy. Curiosity, a powerful antidote to fear for me, nudged me forward. I pushed aside a curtain of tangled vines, revealing a rusted pickaxe leaning against the cabin wall. Its wooden handle was rotten, crumbling at my touch, and the metal head was pitted with age and rust. It was a perfectly normal object for an abandoned mining village, yet in this silent place, it felt like an artifact from a different dimension, a tangible link to the long-dead inhabitants. I tried to imagine the hands that had once gripped it, the sweat that had drenched them, the hope or despair that had driven them. The silence offered no answers. I continued setting up my tent in a small, relatively clear patch of ground, close enough to the truck for a quick escape if needed, but not so close that I'd be sleeping in its shadow. Each rustle of my tarp, each click of a tent pole, sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive stillness. I found myself instinctively holding my breath, listening, waiting for something to break the silence. Nothing ever did. It was just me and the growing darkness and the silent, crumbling village. Once the tent was pitched, a small orange beacon in the encroaching gloom, I decided to do a quick perimeter check before night truly fell. I pulled out my headlamp, clicked it on, and the beam cut a stark white path through the shadows. The air grew colder, and a damp mist began to settle, clinging to the moss-covered surfaces and making the old wood gleam faintly. My walk took me past the cabins again, then towards what looked like a collapsed shed, and finally to the skeletal remains of the water tower. It stood like a silent sentinel, its metal frame a ghostly silhouette against the last slivers of orange in the western sky. Beneath it, the ground was churned up as if something heavy had been dragged across it repeatedly. It was too dark to make out details, but the impression was one of disturbance, not natural erosion. As I circled the water tower, my headlamp beam swept across a series of rough, hand-carved symbols etched into the base of one of the support beams. They weren't letters or numbers. They were angular, almost jagged, like simplified stick figures caught in some frantic dance, or perhaps arrows pointing in strange directions. They were crude but deliberate. My heart gave an uncomfortable lurch. This wasn't typical graffiti. It felt older, more purposeful. I reached out a hand, tracing the deepest grooves. The wood was rough, splintered with age, but the carvings themselves still held their form. They looked tribal in a way, primal. A sudden, sharp snap from deeper in the woods sent a jolt through me. My headlamp beam instinctively swung towards the sound, but there was nothing. Just the dark, impenetrable wall of trees. A deer, a raccoon. My mind raced through possibilities, trying to find a normal explanation. But the previous silence, the absolute stillness, made any natural sound feel amplified, threatening. My imagination, usually a tool for creative storytelling, began to turn against me, painting unsettling pictures in the shadows. I told myself it was just nerves. The isolation, the creepy atmosphere, it was playing tricks. Still, the carvings, combined with the snap, urged me to retreat. I needed to get back to my tent, to the relative safety of my small camp. I made my way back, trying to walk silently, but the dry leaves underfoot crunched loudly with every step. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I had a profound, inescapable sense of being watched. Back at the tent, I zipped myself inside, thankful for the thin layer of nylon that separated me from the overwhelming dark. I rummaged in my bag for my small gas stove and a can of soup. A hot meal would do wonders for my frayed nerves. The flicker of the flame, the hiss of the gas, the gentle bubble of the soup, these were familiar, comforting sounds, a small defiance against the silence that pressed in from all sides. While the soup heated, I pulled out my phone. Still no signal, of course. I'd expected that, but the screen glowed, a friendly light in the encroaching darkness. I pulled up a cached map of the area, trying to pinpoint exactly where I was to understand the valley. It was marked simply as uncharted forest in some sections, with the park boundaries looping around it, almost as if deliberately avoiding this specific pocket of land. The lack of detailed information only deepened the mystery. No roads led directly here. No trails were marked, just that vague forum post and its unsettling warning. I ate my soup slowly, savoring the warmth, trying to ignore the prickling sensation that I wasn't alone. The carvings still nagged at me. They weren't random. They looked like some form of communication, a forgotten language. But what could they possibly mean? And why here, at the base of a water tower, a structure designed to bring life-giving water to a community? Sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle of leaves against the tent, every creak of the old wood in the village was magnified. My senses were on high alert. I lay there, curled in my sleeping bag, listening to the frantic beating of my own heart. The silence outside was absolute, punctuated only by my own ragged breathing. It was a heavy, suffocating silence that felt like it had substance, pressing down on the thin fabric of my tent. Sometime in the deep hours of the night, I heard it. Not a sound exactly, but a feeling of sound. A low thrum, barely audible, like a distant, massive engine vibrating through the earth. It wasn't constant. It pulsed, faded, then returned. A deep, resonant hum that seemed to bypass my ears and reverberate directly in my chest. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering. I fumbled for my headlamp, clicked it on, and shone the beam around the inside of the tent, then towards the fabric walls, as if expecting to see the source. Nothing. The sound or sensation continued for a few agonizing minutes, a low, unsettling frequency, before slowly fading back into the absolute quiet. My rational mind tried to explain it away. An underground stream, seismic activity, a trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion and fear, but the feeling had been too distinct, too physical. It felt deliberate, like the land itself was breathing or speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I didn't sleep again that night. I lay awake, tense, listening, waiting for the hum to return, for anything to break the unbearable silence. dawn, when it finally arrived, was a relief unlike any I'd ever experienced. The first gray light filtering through the trees brought with it a fragile sense of reprieve, a slight easing of the suffocating dread. As soon as there was enough light to see, I packed up my minimal camp. The decision to leave was almost made. The rational part of me screamed to get out, to dismiss this as a bad trip, a place that just wasn't worth the mental toll. But the other part, the part that chased forgotten places, the part that was Alex, was still nagging. Those carvings, that hum, the absolute silence. There was a story here, and I was on the edge of it. I had to know more. I couldn't just leave. Not yet. My new plan was to conduct a more thorough exploration of the buildings. The largest structure, the one with the gaping hole in the roof, felt like the most logical starting point. It would have been the heart of the community, likely containing records or more clues about the people who lived here and why they left. The morning air was still damp and cool. A thin mist still lingered in the lower parts of the valley, giving the whole scene an ethereal, ghostly quality. The silence, though no longer quite as suffocating as it had been in the dead of night, was still profoundly unnatural. Still no birds, still no insects, just the quiet rustle of my own clothes as I moved, the crunch of my boots on the leaves, and the frantic beat of my heart. I approached the large building cautiously. It was definitely a mess hall, or perhaps a combination mess hall and recreation room. A wide, sagging porch ran along its front, its planks warped and splintered. The main door, a heavy wooden slab, hung half open on a single rusted hinge, groaning softly in the barely perceptible breeze. Stepping inside felt like crossing a threshold into another time. The interior was a cavern of decay. Dust motes danced in the shafts of weak light filtering through the broken roof and shattered windows. Long wooden tables, overturned and covered in a thick layer of grime and detritus, lay scattered across the floor. Broken chairs lay amongst them, their legs snapped, their backs rotted. A large brick fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth choked with rubble. The smell inside was potent. Damp wood, mildew, and something else, something metallic and acrid, like old blood mixed with rust. I pulled out my phone despite the lack of signal and began to record. "Okay," I whispered, my voice sounding rough and alien in the vast space. "Entering the main building now. Looks like a mess hall, pretty trashed as expected, but the silence in here, it's even heavier." I panned the camera around, trying to capture the eerie atmosphere. My headlamp beam cut through the gloom, illuminating details. On one of the tables, half buried under a pile of plaster and leaves, lay a few ceramic plates, cracked and stained. Next to them, a rusted fork. These weren't just objects, they were echoes. People had sat here, eaten here, talked here. What had they talked about? What had they feared? I moved slowly, carefully, wary of rotten floorboards or collapsing debris. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, leaves, and what looked like fragments of old newspapers, too decayed to read. As I walked, I noticed something odd. In places, the dust seemed disturbed, as if something had been dragged across the floor recently. Not heavy footprints, but long, shallow furrows, like someone had been pulling something low to the ground. Or perhaps something had been crawling. My skin crawled. I pushed the thought away. Animals, probably just animals. Raccoons, maybe. But even as I thought it, the absolute absence of any animal sound, even insects, screamed a different truth. I continued my meticulous sweep of the mess hall, trying to find anything that could give me a clue about the villagers. In a corner near the fireplace, I found a small, rusted tin box. It was difficult to open, requiring me to pry at the lid with my multi-tool, but eventually it creaked open. Inside, nestled amongst dried leaves and dirt, were a few brittle photographs. Black and white, faded by time, They depicted stern-faced men in mining gear, posing awkwardly in front of similar cabins. There was a group shot, too, a dozen or so men, looking gaunt but determined, standing in front of this very building. They looked like ordinary people just trying to make a living. There was nothing overtly sinister in their faces. But one photograph caught my attention. It was a close-up of three men, younger than the others, with grins on their faces. Behind them, faintly visible, was the water tower. And on the base of that water tower, even in the blurry photo, I could make out similar angular carvings to the ones I'd seen last night. They had been there for a long time. They weren't recent additions. This village had always had them. What did they mean? Further into the mess hall, I found a small makeshift stage. Perhaps they had entertainment here, gatherings. Behind the stage, partially obscured by a fallen beam, was a bulletin board still nailed to the wall. Most of the papers tacked to it had disintegrated into dust, but a few remnants remained. One, a small, hand-drawn calendar, showed the days counting down, stopping abruptly in the middle of a month. No year was visible, but it suggested a sudden, unplanned departure. Another piece of paper, thicker and more durable, was still mostly intact. It was a notice, printed in a faded, official-looking font, but heavily scrawled over with handwritten additions. The original notice seemed to be about new safety regulations for the mine, but the handwriting over it was frantic, almost manic. I carefully peeled it from the board, trying not to let it crumble. The handwriting was a jumble of words, some barely legible. It seemed to be a series of warnings, or perhaps observations. They come at night. The hum, the silence, lies in the dark. They hunger. Leave the light. And then, repeatedly, the angular symbols I'd seen on the water tower, scrawled across the page, as if trying to ward something off. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just an abandoned village. This was a place where people had been terrified. They come at night. That echoed my own experience with the hum and the feeling of being watched. Silence. That was undeniably true. Eyes in the dark. My mind flashed to the unseen movement in the woods, the snap of a branch. This wasn't some local legend concocted to keep people away. This was a direct, panicked account. I clutched the paper, my hands shaking slightly. My rational mind, usually so good at finding logical explanations, was struggling. The signs were too specific, too unsettlingly aligned with my own experiences. The urge to flee became almost overwhelming. This wasn't a place to explore, it was a place to escape. But a different kind of curiosity, one tinged with a morbid fascination, held me fast. Who were they? What did they hunger for? And what did leave the light mean? I looked around the mess hall again, seeing it with new eyes. The chaos wasn't just decay. It was as if people had left in a hurry, overturning tables, dropping things in their haste. A sudden exodus, not a gradual decline. Determined to find more, I turned my attention to the remaining cabins. They were smaller, probably living quarters. I picked the one closest to the mess hall, its door hanging ajar. Inside, it was even darker and more claustrophobic. A single cot lay overturned, its rusty springs exposed. A small, crude table stood against one wall, and a shelf above it held a few rusted tin cans and an old oil lamp, its glass globe shattered. The air was thick with dust and the same metallic, acrid smell I'd noticed in the mess hall, only stronger here. It was a smell I couldn't quite place, but it was deeply unpleasant, like something long dead and forgotten. As my headlamp beam swept the small room, it illuminated something on the wall above the cot. More carvings, similar to the ones on the water tower, but more complex, more numerous. They formed a pattern, almost a mural, covering a section of the wall. Stick figures, some with exaggerated, elongated limbs, others hunched, all interwoven with the same angular symbols. Some of the figures seemed to be pointing, others running. One particularly disturbing image depicted a figure with its head tilted back, mouth agape, while several smaller, abstract shapes clustered around it, almost like flies. It was a primitive form of storytelling, a warning etched directly into the wood. The figures looked terrified, and the abstract shapes, they seemed to represent the they from the note. What were they? Shadowy entities, creatures of some kind. The silence seemed to deepen further, pressing in on me, making my ears ring. I recorded the carvings with my phone, whispering my observations into the microphone. These aren't just random symbols, I murmured, my voice trembling slightly. This is a narrative, a horrifying narrative. I stepped back, trying to take in the full scope of the carving. It looked like a frantic attempt to communicate, to leave a message. A message of what? What was so terrible that these miners felt the need to scratch it into their living quarters? My gaze drifted from the carvings to the floor, and that's when I saw it. Partially hidden beneath the overturned cot, something glinted. I knelt down, pushing aside a rotting blanket, and picked it up. It was a small, crudely fashioned wooden bird. Not just any bird, but a robin, its distinctive chest painted a faded red. It was old, chipped, and clearly handmade, a child's toy perhaps, or a simple comfort item. The irony of finding it here, in a place where no birds ever sang, was chilling. It felt like a defiance, a desperate hope, or perhaps a memento of a world that no longer existed here. Someone had carved this bird and kept it close. Was it a child's toy, or had it been a miner's small comfort, a reminder of the world beyond the terrifying silence? As I held the small wooden bird, the metallic, acrid smell in the cabin seemed to intensify. It was almost suffocating now, a cloying, sickly sweet scent that made my stomach churn. I felt a sudden, dizzying wave of nausea. This was more than just decay. This was something else, something foul. I quickly exited the cabin, gasping for fresh air, though the air outside was still heavy with dampness and the underlying oppressive silence. I tried to shake off the nausea, taking deep, ragged breaths. My head was pounding. The small wooden bird felt cold and heavy in my hand. I knew I needed to look in the mine entrance itself. It was a gamble. The mine would be dark, dangerous, and likely unstable. But if they came from the mine, if this was where the trouble originated, that's where the answers would be. My fear was battling fiercely with my insatiable need to understand. I took a moment to compose myself, pulling out my water bottle and taking a long drink. The cold water helped settle my stomach. I checked my headlamp, made sure my phone was secure, and grabbed my trekking pole, a flimsy weapon, but better than nothing. The rational Alex was screaming at me to turn back, to get in the truck and drive as fast as I could. But the adventurer Alex, the one who sought forgotten places and thrilling discoveries, was now driven by a terrifying urgency. This wasn't just a place to discover. It was a mystery that demanded to be solved, even if the solving meant danger. The mine entrance wasn't immediately visible from the main cluster of buildings. I had to consult the cached map on my phone again, looking for any indication of its location. The map showed a small, shaded area further up the valley, marked with a faint symbol that could be a mine shaft. It was about a 10-minute walk from the village. As I made my way towards the indicated location, the terrain became more rugged. The ground was littered with rocks and twisted roots. The trees grew thicker here, their branches intertwining overhead, creating an even darker canopy. The mist thickened again, making visibility poor. Every shadow seemed to shift, every gust of wind seemed to carry a whisper, though I knew it was just my imagination. The the silence was still absolute. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached a small, rocky clearing. And there it was, not a grand mine entrance, but a dark, gaping hole in the side of a rocky outcrop, partially overgrown with ivy and ferns. It looked like a gaping mouth, inviting me into its darkness. A single, rusted rail track emerged from the opening, disappearing into the undergrowth, a ghost of past industry. A small wooden sign, rotten and barely legible, hung above the entrance. I squinted, trying to make out the faded letters. Blackwood Mine, it read. The name itself felt ominous. I hesitated at the threshold, a primal fear seizing me. Entering a disused mine was inherently dangerous. The risk of collapse, of toxic gases, of getting lost in the labyrinthine tunnels. But the carvings, the note, the hum, the silence, and the sickening smell, they all pointed here. This was the source. I turned on my most powerful headlamp setting, the beam piercing the darkness of the entrance. It revealed a short, narrow tunnel, dripping with water, its walls shored up with old, rotting timbers. The air inside was heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, minerals, and that same metallic, acrid odor that had plagued me in the cabin. It was stronger here, almost overwhelming. Okay, I whispered to my phone, recording again. Found the mine entrance. Blackwood Mine. Smells off in here. Really bad. Like iron and something else, something I can't quite place. Going in. My voice was tight, betraying the fear that was gnawing at me. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and stepped into the darkness. The temperature dropped immediately, a cold, clammy embrace. The sound of water dripping from the ceiling echoed unnaturally, amplified by the confined space. My footsteps crunched on loose gravel and debris. The tunnel sloped downwards, deeper into the earth. The air grew heavier with each step, and the metallic smell became almost unbearable, like a taste in my mouth. My headlamp beam, though powerful, could only penetrate so far, leaving the edges of the tunnel shrouded in impenetrable darkness. I felt utterly alone, vulnerable, a tiny flicker of light in an ancient, hungry void. After a few minutes of walking, the tunnel widened slightly, leading into a larger cavern. The supporting timbers here were more numerous, forming a skeletal framework that looked precarious. My beam swept across the walls, revealing veins of coal embedded in the rock, glinting dully. But my attention was drawn to something else. More carvings, not just on the walls this time, but etched into the very coal seams themselves, and even into the supporting timbers. They were more frantic, more numerous than the ones in the village. The angular symbols repeated endlessly, intertwined with depictions of elongated, shadowy figures. But these figures were no longer just running or pointing. Some seemed to be struggling, contorted in agony, their faces, or what passed for faces, twisted in silent screams. Others appeared to be absorbing. Smaller, human-like shapes were being drawn into larger, more amorphous ones. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was a direct depiction of whatever had happened here. These were the last, desperate warnings of the miners who had worked and lived in this valley. They come at night. They hunger. The carvings in the mine were far more explicit, far more terrifying than anything I'd seen above ground. My headlamp beam played across a particularly large carving, a central motif on one of the cavern walls. It showed a massive, sprawling shape, vaguely humanoid, but with too many limbs, too many jagged edges rising from the earth itself, and surrounding it, tiny, fleeing figures. But what truly sent a jolt of pure terror through me were the eyes. Not etched eyes, but hollow depressions in the coal, filled with something that glinted faintly in my headlamp beam. It looked like a thick, black, tar-like substance, reflecting the light in an unnatural way, as if it was wet. It looked like ancient, congealed blood, but it wasn't red. It was utterly, terrifyingly black. As I stared at the carving, my headlamp beam fixed on the black, glistening eyes, I heard it again. The hum. This time it wasn't a distant thrum, it was here. It vibrated through the very rock beneath my feet, resonating deep in my chest, a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. It was physical, palpable, overwhelming. The metallic, acrid smell intensified, making me gag. I stumbled back, clutching my trekking pole, my eyes darting frantically around the cavern. The hum grew louder, more insistent, vibrating through my entire body, making my teeth ache. It felt like the mine itself was alive, groaning, waking up. Then, from the absolute darkness beyond the reach of my headlamp, a sound emerged. Not the hum, but something else. A faint, wet, slithering sound, like something huge dragging itself across the damp floor. It was getting closer. My breath caught in my throat. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee. This was not a forgotten place to explore. This was a tomb, and I was not alone in it. The metallic smell, the carvings, the hum, the silence, the slithering, it all converged into a single, horrifying truth. I tried to turn, to retreat, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. The hum reached a crescendo, a roaring vibration that filled my skull, making my vision blur. And then from the darkness, two faint points of light appeared. Not my headlamp reflecting off something, but independent, malevolent pinpricks of a sickly, greenish glow. They were low to the ground, and they were moving, directly towards me. The slithering grew louder, accompanied by a faint clicking sound, like chitinous plates rubbing together. The air was now thick with the acrid, metallic stench and something else, something sweet and cloying like putrefaction. My lungs burned, my head spun. I couldn't scream. My throat was too tight with terror. All I could do was stumble backwards, my headlamp beam dancing wildly, trying to illuminate whatever horror was approaching. The green lights grew brighter, larger, revealing something low, broad, and impossibly many-legged. It wasn't a human, it wasn't an animal I recognized. It was a nightmare made flesh, a creature of the deep earth, born from this place of silence and despair. Its body seemed to undulate, a mass of segmented limbs and dark, glistening carapace. The green lights were its eyes, fixed on me with an ancient, predatory intelligence. My trekking pole felt useless. My phone, still recording, seemed to vibrate with the creature's hum. I turned, finally breaking free of the paralysis of fear, and bolted. I ran blindly back up the sloping tunnel, scrambling over loose rocks, my headlamp beam bouncing erratically, trying to outrun the hum, the slithering, the stench, and the terrifying green eyes. The creature was fast. I could hear it gaining on me, its movements echoing monstrously in the confined space. The hum was still rattling my bones, making my vision swim. I slammed into a tunnel wall, scraping my arm, but the adrenaline coursed through me, urging me forward. I had to get out. I had to get out now. I burst from the mine entrance, gasping for air, collapsing onto the rocky ground outside. The mist was thicker now, swirling around me like hungry ghosts. I scrambled to my feet, not daring to look back, and ran, full tilt, through the trees back towards the village, towards my truck. The hum, though fainter, still vibrated in my chest. I didn't stop until I reached the cluster of cabins, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I glanced wildly over my shoulder. Nothing. The mine entrance was shrouded in the mist, a dark maw disappearing into the earth. The silence of the village, once so terrifying, now felt like a fragile shield. My truck, I had to get to my truck. I ran past the mess hall, past my tent, not even bothering to pack it. Every instinct screamed at me to escape. I ripped open the driver's side door, threw myself inside, and fumbled for the keys. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, sputtered once, twice, then roared to life. The sound was a glorious, hopeful cacophony in the oppressive silence. I slammed the truck into reverse, spinning the tires on the dirt, then threw it into drive. I didn't care about the road now, only about putting distance between me and that mine, between me and that thing. The truck lurched forward, bouncing violently over the uneven ground, through the main clearing of the village. I caught a glimpse of my tent, still standing, a forlorn symbol of my foolish confidence. I left it behind without a second thought. My reflection in the rearview mirror showed a wild-eyed, panting man, covered in dirt and sweat. As I drove away from the cabins, past the skeletal water tower, my headlamp caught something in the mist, something moving at the edge of the tree line. Not the multi-legged creature, but something else. A flicker of movement, low to the ground, vanishing quickly into the dense undergrowth. It was too fleeting to identify, too indistinct, but it reignited the primal fear. Was it another one of them? Or was it something else, something I hadn't seen, that was now alerted to my presence? The thought was terrifying. This place was not just occupied by one nightmare, it felt like a nest of them. The road out was worse than the way in. The potholes seemed deeper, the overgrown tracks narrower. I drove too fast, my old pickup groaning under the strain, but I couldn't slow down. The image of those green eyes, the slithering, the suffocating hum, was seared into my mind. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the point where the faint tracks turned back into the slightly more defined Forest Service road. My phone still had no signal. I was still hours from any semblance of civilization, still very much alone. But I was out of the immediate valley. The trees here, though dense, felt less oppressive. The air, though still cool, didn't carry that metallic stench. I drove until the first rays of full daylight pierced the forest canopy, casting long, golden shafts of light onto the road. Only then did I dare to pull over, my hands still white-knuckled on the steering wheel. I cut the engine. The silence that followed was different. It was the natural quiet of the forest, filled with the rustle of leaves, the gentle creak of branches, and faintly, distantly, the chirping of a few brave birds. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, my body trembling uncontrollably. I had faced things I couldn't explain, encountered horrors that defied any logical understanding. The adventurer, the thrill-seeker, was gone. In his place was a man profoundly shaken, staring into an abyss of the unknown. I had to go back, not to explore, but to warn, to understand, to somehow fight back against the creeping darkness I had uncovered. But first, I needed to recover. I needed to breathe, and I needed to figure out how to tell this story, how to make anyone believe me, because no one would, no one could. The natural quiet of the forest, the distant chirping of birds, it was a fragile balm, but not a cure. I sat there, slumped over the steering wheel, the engine's silence a stark contrast to the roar that had filled my head in the mine. My body was racked with shivers, a deep, bone-aching tremor that had nothing to do with the morning chill. Sweat plastered my hair to my forehead, and my clothes felt grimy, soaked in the metallic stench that I could still almost taste. I didn't move for a long time, just breathed, in and out, trying to convince myself that the green eyes, the slithering, the hum were gone, that they were behind me. But the images were seared into my mind, flickering behind my eyelids every time I closed them. The terror was a raw wound, still bleeding. Eventually, the sun climbed higher, filtering through the dense canopy in shimmering shafts. The warmth felt like a promise of normalcy, a world where creatures like that didn't exist. Slowly, painstakingly, I managed to straighten up, my muscles aching with protest. I reached for my water bottle, my hand still trembling, and drained it. The cool liquid felt like life itself. My phone, I fumbled for it. The screen was cracked, a spiderweb pattern marring the display from where I'd slammed into the tunnel wall. Miraculously, it still worked. Still no signal, but the recording was there. I pressed play, my heart thumping. My own voice, tight with fear, describing the mess hall, the notes, the carvings. Then the mine, the growing apprehension, the metallic smell, the terrifying descriptions of the carvings. And then the hum, low and guttural, swelling, filling the recording with its oppressive vibration. My ragged gasps, the wet slithering, the clicking, my frantic scramble. It was all there, undeniable. Listening to it brought the terror flooding back, fresh and visceral. I had to turn it off. It was too much. This wasn't just a memory, it was a tangible record of a nightmare, but it also offered a sliver of hope, proof, if anyone would believe me. The drive out of the forest was a blur of heightened senses and paranoia. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made me flinch. I drove like a madman, the old pickup rattling and groaning, desperate to reach a place where the world made sense again. My mind raced, trying to formulate what I would say, how I would explain it. How could I convey the sheer wrongness of that place, the way the silence felt like a predator, the way the earth itself had hummed with an ancient, malevolent life? Hours later, the dirt track finally gave way to a paved road, and a faint flicker of signal appeared on my phone screen. It was a lifeline. I called my roommate, Ben. It rang several times before he answered, his voice groggy. "Alex, dude, where are you? It's Tuesday afternoon. I was about to call the cops. You okay?" "Ben," my voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. I'm on my way back. I'm fine. Just something happened. I need to talk." There was a pause. "You sound like hell, man. You been drinking?" "No, just get home. I'll explain when I get there." I hung up before he could press me further. I knew I sounded crazy, but I couldn't articulate it over the phone. Not yet. Reaching the outskirts of town, the mundane sights were almost overwhelming. Cars rushing by, people walking their dogs, the distant sound of lawnmowers, the chatter of voices. It was a cacophony of normal life, a stark contrast to the absolute silence I had endured. It made my head spin. I drove past a fast food joint, the smell of frying oil hitting me, and my stomach rebelled. The metallic, acrid stench from the mine was still lingering in my senses, making everything else taste foul. I pulled into my driveway, the old pickup looking even more battered than usual, covered in mud and grime. Ben was already there, leaning against the front door, arms crossed, a worried frown on his face. He was a practical, no-nonsense guy, an engineering student who lived by logic and data, telling him this story was going to be an uphill battle. As I stepped out of the truck, the full weight of exhaustion hit me. My legs felt like jelly and my head throbbed. Ben took one look at me, my wild eyes, my scraped arm, my dirt-caked clothes, and his expression shifted from annoyance to genuine concern. "Dude, what the hell happened to you?" he asked, stepping forward. I just shook my head, walked past him, and stumbled into the house. The familiar scent of our shared apartment, old coffee, Ben's textbook dust, my own unwashed laundry, was both comforting and jarring. It felt alien after the putrefaction of the mine. I collapsed onto the sofa, burying my face in my hands. "I found it, Ben," I mumbled, my voice muffled. "The village, it's real." He sat down opposite me, leaning forward. "Okay, so you found your creepy village. That explains the mud and the late return. What's with the face and the scratches?" I looked up, trying to compose myself to find the right words. "It's not just a village, Ben. It's evil. That forum post. No birds ever. It's true. It's absolutely true. There's something there, something not human. Ben frowned, clearly trying to process this. Alex, you've been on these trips before. You get spooked. You come back telling tall tales. What did you see? A bear? A mountain lion? No, I said, my voice rising, a frantic edge creeping in. Not an animal, not anything I've ever seen. It was a creature. In the mine. It had green eyes and it hums and it slithers and it smells like death and metal. And there were carvings, Ben, everywhere. Warnings. They come at night. They hunger, leave the light. I felt tears welling in my eyes, tears of sheer terror and frustration. I was spiraling, I knew it, but I couldn't stop. I pulled out my phone, fumbling to find the recording. Listen, just listen to this. This is what I heard. This is what it sounded like. I played the recording, the initial descriptions of the village, my own increasingly fearful voice, then the hum, that low, vibrating thrum that seemed to bypass the ears and go straight for the chest. Ben's brow furrowed deeper as he listened, his shoulders tensing. His eyes darted around the room, then back to my phone. When the slithering and clicking started, he visibly recoiled. He didn't say anything, but the color drained from his face. He listened to my frantic scrambling, my desperate gasps for breath, until the recording abruptly cut off as I burst from the mine. The silence in our living room was profound after the recording ended. Ben slowly reached out and took my phone from my hand, staring at the screen. He played it again, from the point the hum began. He closed his eyes, concentrating. What was that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of genuine fear in his eyes, not just skepticism. "I don't know," I admitted, the terror still gripping me, but it was real, and it was coming for me. I spent the next few hours pouring out the entire story. The eerie silence, the decrepit village, the disturbing note, the wooden bird, and finally, the horrific encounter in the Blackwood mine. I showed him the photos of the carvings I'd managed to take, the blurry image of the water tower with its symbols, the frantic scrawls on the miner's warning note. Ben listened, mostly in silence, occasionally asking a pointed question about a detail, his engineering mind trying to find a logical flaw, but failing. By the time I finished, the sun was setting. The terror had subsided into a dull ache, replaced by an overwhelming sense of urgency. "I have to go back, Ben," I said, looking him in the eye. "Not to explore, not for my YouTube channel. I have to go back to warn people, to find out what that thing is and how to stop it." Ben stared at me, his face pale. "Alex, are you insane? You almost died. You heard it. You saw it. You barely escaped. You think you're going to go back and stop it? Call the police. Call park rangers. Tell them." "Who would believe me?" I countered, the frustration boiling over. "I sound like a lunatic. Ancient creature in a forgotten mine, green glowing eyes, metallic smell, evil hum. They'll send me to a psych ward, but I have proof, the recording, the photos, the physical evidence of the village. I need more. I need to understand what it is." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Okay, look, you're exhausted, you're traumatized. You need to sleep, shower, eat something that isn't instant soup. We'll talk about this in the morning. Seriously, Alex, you're not going anywhere near that place again tonight." He was right. My body was screaming for rest, but my mind was already racing, unable to shut down. The thought of sleep was terrifying. I knew the green eyes would be waiting for me in the darkness of my dreams. The next few days were a blur of restless sleep, nightmares, and a relentless dive into research. Ben, still shaken by the recording, helped me, though he tried to couch his involvement as debunking my wild theories. We searched online archives, old newspaper databases, local historical societies, anything that could shed light on the Blackwood Mine or the valley. The official records were sparse. The Blackwood Mine was listed as a small, independent operation, active from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. It was noted for its brief, sporadic periods of operation, often shutting down and reopening without clear explanation. There were no detailed employee lists, no records of major incidents or disappearances, nothing that explained a sudden exodus. It was as if the place had been deliberately forgotten. "This is weird, Alex," Ben admitted one evening, pushing his glasses up his nose as he scrolled through microfiche scans. "Small mines usually have a paper trail, even if it's just tax records. This one, it's like someone erased it." We broadened our search, looking for anything anomalous in the region. Local folklore, strange disappearances, unexplained phenomena. That's when we started to find whispers. One archived newspaper article from 1912, a small blurb buried deep within a regional paper, mentioned a rash of unusual illness in a remote mining camp, describing symptoms of extreme exhaustion, paranoia, and a wasting sickness. The camp was unnamed, but the location was vaguely consistent with the valley. The article concluded with a note that the camp had been abandoned due to unforeseen circumstances. Another, even older account from the late 1800s spoke of a group of prospectors who ventured into an uncharted valley and returned mad, speaking of the earth's breath and things that move without sound. They were institutionalized, and their claims dismissed as delirium brought on by isolation. But the description of moving without sound resonated chillingly with the absolute silence of the valley. Then there were the symbols. We searched for similar patterns in ancient carvings, tribal art, or even fringe theories about lost languages. Nothing quite matched the angular, jagged figures I'd seen. They were unique to that place, a language of terror born from unknown origins. I spent hours reviewing my phone recordings, poring over the shaky video footage I had taken. The carvings in the mess hall, the terrifying mural in the cabin, the symbols on the water tower. I paused and zoomed, trying to decipher them. They still looked like frantic warnings, a story of something rising from the earth, preying on the inhabitants. The small wooden bird, the robin, sat on my desk, a poignant reminder of the world that was lost to that valley. I picked it up often, turning it over in my fingers, wondering about the hands that had carved it, the hope it represented. It was a tangible link to the human tragedy of the place. The hum from the mine recording haunted me. Ben, ever the engineer, used an audio analysis program to isolate the frequency. It was incredibly low, almost infrasound, within the range known to cause anxiety, discomfort, and even hallucinations in humans. "This isn't just background noise, Alex," he said, showing me the oscillating waveform. "This is a concentrated, sustained frequency. It could be natural, some geological phenomenon, but the way it appears and disappears, and the context you described it's unnerving." The more we researched, the more the pieces started to fit into a terrifying puzzle. The unusual illness, the prospector's madness, the erased history of the mine, the persistent whispers of a forbidden valley. It wasn't just a local legend. It was a carefully constructed veil of silence, designed to hide something monstrous. The idea of going back, which had seemed like an impulsive, desperate thought at first, slowly solidified into a cold, hard resolve. I wasn't going back blind. I was going back prepared, or at least as prepared as I could be. I started making a list: better headlamps, a more powerful flashlight, a compass since GPS was useless. a satellite phone for emergency contact, a proper first aid kit, and despite Ben's protests, I bought a hunting knife. Just in case, I told him, though I knew it would be useless against whatever lurked in the mine. It was a psychological crutch, a small measure of control in a situation that felt utterly out of my hands. Ben, seeing my determination, stopped trying to dissuade me and began to help with the planning. His practicality, usually so grounding, now became a vital asset. He researched geological maps, looking for any anomalies, any fault lines that might explain the hum. He suggested packing a small, portable air quality monitor, fearing toxic gases in the mine. He even researched different types of night vision equipment, though we couldn't afford anything professional grade. "If you're going back, Alex," he said one evening, looking grim, "you're not going alone. I'm coming with you." I shook my head immediately. "No way, Ben, I saw what was down there. It's too dangerous. I barely made it out. I can't let you risk your life." "And I can't let you risk yours alone," he countered, his voice firm. "You think you're going to be able to rationalize this to anyone without a witness. You think you're going to fight off whatever that was with a hunting knife. No, we go together, or neither of us goes." His resolve surprised me. Ben was a good friend, but not an adventurer. This was a testament to how much the recording and my story had unnerved him. After a long argument, I reluctantly agreed. Having someone with me, someone grounded and practical, someone who had heard the hum and seen the photos, did make the prospect slightly less terrifying. We would be safer, if only marginally. Our plan evolved over the next few weeks. We would go in my truck as before. We would set up a more secure camp, further from the village this time, but still close enough to allow daily access. We would bring enough supplies for several days. Our primary goal was reconnaissance, to gather more concrete evidence of the creature, to understand its nature and its lair, and if possible, to find a way to warn people about it. I practiced with my new gear, testing headlamps, learning basic first aid, and even taking a self-defense class, a pathetic attempt, I knew, but it made me feel a fraction more capable. I felt an intense, feverish energy driving me, an insatiable need to uncover the truth. The thrill seeker in me was still there, but it was now overshadowed by a profound sense of responsibility, a solemn duty to the lost souls of Blackwood Mine. Before we left, I made a contingency plan with Ben. If we didn't check in by a certain date, he would contact his family, provide them with all the research we'd gathered, and instruct them to contact the authorities, emphasizing the specific coordinates of the valley. It felt morbid, writing it all down, but necessary. This wasn't a game. The day came. We loaded the truck, our faces grim. The weight of what we were about to do settled heavily between us. As we drove away from town, the familiar sights of civilization slowly gave way to the encroaching wilderness. The asphalt turned to dirt, the towering trees closed in. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. My heart began to pound with a sickening familiarity. And then, as we approached the hidden valley, the chirping of birds began to fade. The familiar forest sounds dwindled, replaced by an unnerving quiet. It wasn't the absolute, consuming silence of the deepest part of the valley yet, but it was a prelude, a warning. Ben, in the passenger seat, shifted uncomfortably. He glanced at me, his jaw tight. "You hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. "It's starting." The silence descended like a physical force as we pulled into the clearing. My old tent, a forlorn orange beacon, was still there, a testament to my hasty retreat. It stood exactly as I'd left it, abandoned. It felt like a monument to my foolishness. We parked the truck in a more secluded spot, partially hidden by a cluster of thick pines. The air was heavy, the light muted by the deepening mist. The skeletal trees, the crumbling cabins, the gaping mess hall, they loomed in the twilight, silent witnesses to forgotten horrors. Our first priority was setting up camp. We chose a spot further back from the village, near a small, rocky stream, hoping the sound of running water would offer some small comfort against the oppressive silence. We worked quickly, methodically, not speaking, each of us hyper-aware of the eerie stillness. The tent was larger this time, more robust, and we brought a small, portable generator for lights and charging equipment. As Ben unfolded the tent, I pulled out a directional microphone, a high-tech piece of gear he'd insisted on bringing, and set it up pointing towards the mine entrance. It was connected to a pair of noise-canceling headphones, allowing us to monitor any subtle sounds that might be missed by the naked ear. Test 1, 2, I whispered into the attached recorder, my voice sounding foreign in the unnatural quiet. Setting up camp day 1. Silence levels are extreme. No birds, no insects, nothing. Ben looked at the abandoned tent. You really just left it. I wasn't thinking about a tent, Ben, I said, the memory of the creature's green eyes still fresh. I was thinking about getting out alive. Once the camp was secure, with a small perimeter of motion-activated lights, we geared up. Headlamps, first aid kits, water, and for me, the hunting knife strapped to my belt. Ben carried a sturdy trekking pole and a can of industrial-strength bear spray, another one of his practical additions, despite my doubts about its effectiveness against an extra-dimensional horror. Okay, Ben said, checking his watch. It's getting dark. We should do a quick sweep of the village perimeter, see if anything has changed. Nothing inside the buildings tonight, though. No point taking unnecessary risks in the dark. We moved through the village cautiously, our headlamp beams cutting stark paths through the encroaching gloom. The mist was thick, clinging to the moss-covered wood, giving the decrepit structures an even more spectral appearance. My stomach churned with a mixture of fear and dread. As we passed the water tower, I pointed out the angular carvings to Ben. He ran his fingers over them, a grim expression on his face. They're old, he murmured, deeply ingrained. These weren't recent. Suddenly, the directional microphone in my headphones crackled. I froze, holding up a hand to Ben. "What is it?" he whispered, his own headlamp beam sweeping nervously around us. I adjusted the headphones, trying to pinpoint the sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A low, persistent thrum, far more subtle than the overwhelming hum I had experienced in the mine, but undeniably the same frequency. It was coming from deeper in the valley, towards the mine. "The hum," I whispered, my blood turning to ice. "It's starting." Ben's face went pale in the beam of his headlamp. He gripped his trekking pole tighter. We stood there for a long minute, listening to the faint, unsettling vibration. It pulsed, almost like a slow, deliberate heartbeat echoing through the earth. "It's not as strong as in the recording," Ben observed, his voice hushed, "but it's there." "It gets stronger the closer you get to the mine," I explained, my voice tight. "And at night, that's when it's at its worst." We continued our perimeter check, but our senses were now on high alert. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. We checked the mess hall, its gaping roof a dark mouth against the fading sky. The overturned tables, the fragmented papers, everything was as I remembered it. The acrid, metallic smell was still faint but present. As we circled the main cluster of cabins, Ben suddenly stopped, his headlamp beam fixed on something on the ground near the largest cabin. "Alex, look." I shone my headlamp where he was pointing. In the damp earth, partially obscured by a patch of sparse grass, was a series of shallow, parallel furrows, not natural erosion. These looked like drag marks, long, low, and distinct. The same kind of marks I saw inside the mess hall, I whispered, my heart beginning to pound, like something was dragged or crawled. Ben knelt down, examining them closely. They look fresh. The edges aren't eroded by rain. Whatever made these was here recently. A shiver ran down my spine. Had the creature left the mine? Was it exploring the village again? The thought was terrifying. It meant the creature wasn't just confined to the depths of the earth. It walked among the ruins. We need to be careful, I said, my voice barely audible. Whatever made these, it's here. Or it was very recently. We retreated back to camp, our nerves frayed. The faint hum from the directional microphone was a constant, unsettling reminder. We zipped ourselves into the tent, the thin nylon offering little comfort against the looming darkness. Inside, we set up our equipment, a small portable weather station, a thermal camera, and a more robust audio recording setup connected to the directional mic. Ben pulled out a tablet, scrolling through maps and geological data. If the creature is attracted to or generates that hum, Ben speculated, tapping on the tablet screen, then it might be tied to specific geological features, fault lines, mineral deposits, something that would explain its presence here. I pulled out the miner's frantic note, the one with the scrawled warnings. They come at night, the hum, silence, eyes in the dark, they hunger, leave the light. I pointed to the last phrase. What do you think leave the light means? Ben considered it. Could be a literal warning that the light attracts them or they prefer the dark, or it could be metaphorical. Abandon hope, leave the light of civilization or sanity. The thought sent a chill through me. Sanity. I already felt like I was teetering on the edge. Sleep was impossible. Every rustle of leaves against the tent, every creak of the old wood in the village was magnified. The faint hum from the microphone was a constant, low thrum in the background, a heartbeat of dread. Sometime in the deep hours of the night, the hum began to intensify. It wasn't just a faint thrum anymore. It vibrated through the earth, through the tent floor, a low, guttural growl that settled deep in my chest. The air in the tent felt heavy, oppressive. My head began to throb. Ben sat bolt upright, his eyes wide. "It's louder," he whispered, fumbling for his headlamp. I nodded, my throat tight. The thermal camera was already set up, its small screen showing the infrared landscape outside the tent. Nothing moved, just the ghostly outlines of trees and mist. Then the motion-activated perimeter lights flickered on, one by one. Not all of them, just the ones on the side of the camp facing the village. A low, soft click registered on the directional microphone. Ben and I froze, staring at the thermal screen. The lights had revealed nothing, but the clicking sound, it was identical to the one I'd heard in the mine, like chitinous plates rubbing together. My breath hitched. "It's out there," I whispered. The hum reached a new crescendo, a roaring vibration that filled my skull, making my teeth ache. The air quality monitor started beeping softly, a red light flashing. "Air quality's dropping," Ben said, his voice strained. "Something's emitting gases, or it's consuming oxygen." The combination of the sound, the clicking, and the dropping air quality was suffocating. We were completely exposed in the thin tent. I grabbed my hunting knife, my hands slick with sweat. Ben clutched the bear spray. The clicking grew louder, closer. It was subtle, almost imperceptible over the roaring hum, but unmistakable. It was circling our camp. My eyes darted to the thermal camera. Still nothing. The creature was either not emitting heat, or it was using the mist and vegetation as cover. The thought of an entity that was cold-blooded, or even colder, was terrifying. Then a new sound, a low, wet gurgle. It came from just outside the tent, a sickening, guttural noise that sent a wave of nausea through me. It was breathing, or something like it. Panic seized me. My mind screamed at me to run, but where could we go? We were surrounded, in the middle of a terrifying wilderness. I could feel its presence, a palpable weight pressing against the tent fabric. Ben pointed a shaking finger at the thermal screen. "There," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the hum. A faint, shimmering outline had appeared at the very edge of the screen, almost invisible against the background. It was low to the ground, broad, and seemed to undulate. It was barely warmer than the surrounding environment, a ghostly imprint rather than a distinct heat signature. It was the creature. It moved slowly, deliberately, its clicking and gurgling sounds echoing around us. It was examining our camp, studying us. The hum pulsed, vibrating through my very bones. "Keep still," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Don't make a sound." We huddled together, barely breathing, our eyes fixed on the faint thermal image. The creature circled our tent slowly, deliberately. We could hear it drag itself through the undergrowth, the clicking growing louder, then fainter, then louder again. The air quality continued to drop, and the metallic, acrid stench, mixed with something sweet and cloying, began to seep into the tent. It was the smell of the mine, amplified right outside our fragile shelter. This wasn't just an animal. This was intelligent. It was observing us. It knew we were here. After what felt like an eternity, the clicking began to recede. The gurgling faded. The thermal image vanished from the screen. And slowly, agonizingly slowly, the pervasive hum began to diminish. It faded back to the faint thrum we had heard earlier, then to an almost imperceptible vibration. The air quality monitor beeped, a green light replacing the red, indicating normal oxygen levels. The metallic stench gradually lessened. The motion-activated lights, which had remained on throughout the ordeal, flickered and died as their sensors no longer detected movement. The silence that followed was not the quiet of reprieve, but the heavy, expectant quiet of a predator that had withdrawn but not left. It was out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching. Ben and I remained frozen, huddled in the tent, until the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the trees. Neither of us had slept. Our eyes were wide, bloodshot, reflecting the terror of the night. "It was testing us," Ben said, his voice hoarse, breaking the silence. "It came to investigate, to see what we were." I nodded, unable to speak. The experience had been more terrifying than my first encounter, precisely because it had been so deliberate, so calculating. As soon as there was enough light to see, we packed up the recording equipment. We had undeniable proof now. The audio, the thermal images, the dropping air quality. This wasn't just my word against a skeptical world. "We need to go to the mine," I said, my voice filled with a grim determination. "It's still in there. We need to see where it goes, what it's doing. We have to understand." Ben looked at me, his face etched with exhaustion and fear. "Alex, after last night, are you sure?" "I'm sure," I replied, my resolve hardening. "This thing is real, it's intelligent, and it's not just a local anomaly. If it can expand its territory, if it can move, we need to know what it is before it spreads beyond this valley. This isn't just about us anymore. Ben sighed, running a hand over his face. All right, but we go in, we get what we can, and we get out. No heroics, no chasing it down. We made a small, quick breakfast, forcing down lukewarm coffee and energy bars. The thought of going back into that mine, into the creature's lair, sent a fresh wave of dread through me. But the urgency, the need to understand, was stronger than my fear. We geared up again, triple-checking our headlamps, radios, and emergency supplies. Ben insisted we wear respirators, fearing the gases the creature might emit or the drop in oxygen. It was a cumbersome addition, but a sensible one. As we walked towards the mine entrance, the pervasive silence began to deepen again. The drag marks from last night were still visible, leading away from the village, towards the mine. It had returned to its lair. The mine entrance loomed before us, a dark maw in the side of the rocky outcrop. The rusted rail track disappeared into its depths, swallowed by the gloom. The air inside felt cold, heavy, and the metallic, acrid stench was already palpable, even from the entrance. "Ready?" Ben asked, his voice muffled by the respirator. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, as I'll ever be. We stepped into the darkness. The temperature dropped immediately, and the sound of dripping water echoed eerily. Our headlamp beams cut through the gloom, revealing the same narrow, timber-shored tunnel. Every step was deliberate, cautious. The hum was already stronger here, vibrating through the rock beneath our feet, a low, guttural growl that resonated in my chest, even through the respirator. As we moved deeper, the carvings on the walls began to appear, growing more numerous, more frantic. The angular symbols, the elongated figures, the silent screams, they all depicted the same terrifying narrative. Then we reached the larger cavern, the one with the massive, sprawling carving, vaguely humanoid, rising from the earth, and the eyes, the hollow depressions filled with the glistening, tar-like black substance. They seemed to stare at us, an ancient, malevolent gaze. Ben visibly recoiled, staring at the eyes in the coal seam. "What is that stuff?" he muttered, his voice strained. The air quality monitor on Ben's pack began to beep softly, a yellow light flashing. CO2 levels are rising, he announced, and oxygen is dropping. It's either still here, or it was here very recently, or this place just naturally has bad air. The hum intensified, vibrating through the entire cavern, rattling our bones. We were enveloped in its oppressive frequency. Then, from the darkness beyond the reach of our headlamps, we heard it, the wet, slithering sound, and the faint, chilling clicking. My blood ran cold. It was here. It was waiting. "Thermal camera," I hissed, my voice tight. Ben fumbled with the thermal camera, aiming it into the darkness. On the small screen, a faint, undulating shape began to resolve itself. Low, broad, many-legged, the same spectral outline we had seen outside the tent, but this time it was closer, and it was moving towards us, deliberately. The slithering grew louder, accompanied by the wet gurgle, closer now. The metallic, putrid stench filled our respirators. "Those eyes," Ben gasped, pointing his headlamp at the creature on the thermal screen. "It has them, look." As the creature drew closer, two faint, sickly greenish pinpricks of light appeared in the darkness, low to the ground. They were its eyes, and they were fixed on us with an ancient, predatory intelligence. This time we didn't hesitate, we didn't try to understand. We turned and ran, full tilt, back. The hum roared in our ears, a physical blow that rattled my bones and vibrated through the very soles of my boots. The metallic stench, now cloying and suffocating even through the respirator, filled my lungs with a foul taste. I stumbled over loose rock, my headlamp beam dancing wildly, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to twist into monstrous shapes. Behind me, Ben was scrambling, his own breathing ragged and loud in my ears. The slithering sound was close, unnervingly so. It echoed off the rock walls, making it impossible to tell its exact distance or direction, but it was gaining. The clicking of chitinous plates rubbing together was a chilling counterpoint to the deep, guttural hum. I could almost feel the vibrations of its monstrous body moving through the earth beneath my feet. "Faster, Alex," Ben yelled, his voice muffled by the respirator, a desperate, gasping sound. I pushed my legs harder, adrenaline flooding my system. My scraped arm screamed in protest as I slammed a shoulder against the narrow tunnel wall, trying to maintain my balance on the uneven ground. The slope felt steeper now, an uphill struggle against the creature's relentless pursuit. The green eyes, those malevolent pinpricks of light, were seared into my mind, propelling me forward. This wasn't just a chase. It was a desperate flight for survival against something ancient and utterly alien. We burst from the mine entrance, gasping for air, collapsing onto the rocky ground outside. The gray light of dawn was just beginning to touch the highest peaks, but the valley floor was still cloaked in a thick, swirling mist. The hum, though still present, seemed to diminish slightly as we cleared the threshold, a terrifying retreat into the earth. I scrambled to my feet, Ben right behind me, and without a word, we ran. Not towards the village, not towards the truck immediately. We ran deeper into the sparse, skeletal trees just outside the mine, seeking temporary cover. My lungs burned, my legs ached with protest, but the primal need to escape was overwhelming. We dove behind a thick cluster of pines, their needles wet with mist, and crouched, trying to catch our breath. The silence that followed our frantic flight was heavy, oppressive. The hum was a faint thrum in the distance, a constant reminder. We ripped off our respirators, gasping for fresh air, though the air here still carried a faint, acrid taint. My head spun, my stomach churned. Ben looked at me, his face pale and streaked with dirt, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. It's still in there," he whispered, his voice hoarse, shaking. "It was waiting for us." I nodded, unable to speak, my heart hammering against my ribs. We huddled there for what felt like an eternity, listening, waiting for any sign that the creature had followed. But the mine entrance remained a dark, silent maw shrouded in mist. The pervasive stillness of the valley returned, a suffocating blanket. After a few minutes, when my breathing finally started to regulate, Ben spoke again, his voice filled with a grim resolve. "We have to get out of here. Now, we have what we came for, more than enough." He was right. We had the audio, the thermal images, the air quality data. We had experienced its intelligence firsthand. There was nothing more to gain by staying, only more to lose. We made a wide, cautious arc through the trees, circling back towards our camp. Every shadow seemed to shift, every gust of wind seemed to carry a whisper. Our motion-activated lights, which we had left on, were all off. Nothing had triggered them since the creature's perimeter inspection last night. When we reached our tent, it looked forlorn, a fragile haven against an unimaginable horror. We quickly and methodically packed up our equipment, our movements precise and silent. The directional microphone, still pointed towards the mine, now picked up only the faint, distant hum. Ben carefully removed the memory cards from the thermal camera and audio recorder, securing them in a waterproof pouch. "All right," Ben said, zipping up his backpack. "Let's move. We'll ditch the tent. It's too much to pack quickly." I nodded, grabbing my own bag. We didn't look back. We moved with a frantic urgency, pushing through the thick undergrowth towards the secluded spot where we'd parked the truck. The mist was beginning to lift, revealing the gray, skeletal trees of the valley. The relief when we saw the truck, parked exactly where we'd left it, was immense. I fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking, and threw open the driver's side door. Ben quickly got into the passenger seat. The engine sputtered once, twice, then caught, roaring to life. The sound, loud and jarring in the oppressive silence, was a glorious cacophony. I slammed the truck into reverse, spinning the tires, then threw it into drive, accelerating away. The old pickup bounced violently over the uneven ground, but I didn't care. The only thing that mattered was putting as much distance as possible between us and that valley. As we drove, the silence slowly began to recede, replaced by the faint sounds of the approaching forest. The air started to feel lighter, the metallic stench fading. We didn't speak, both of us lost in our own thoughts, replaying the terrifying encounter, the sheer, overwhelming wrongness of that place. It was hours later, well out of the valley and onto a paved Forest Service road, before either of us dared to break the silence. The sun was fully up now, a warm, reassuring presence in the sky. "What do we do now, Alex?" Ben asked, his voice raw, his gaze fixed on the endless stretch of road ahead. I clenched my jaw, my hands still tight on the steering wheel. We go back to town, we process this, and we figure out how to warn people. "Warn them about what exactly?" Ben countered, a hint of desperation in his tone. "An ancient, multi-legged creature that hums and smells like death, hiding in a forgotten mine. You think anyone will believe us? Even with the evidence, it's unbelievable." "They have to," I insisted, my voice firmer than I felt. "We can't just let it stay there. What if it gets out? What if it spreads?" The thought was chilling. The creature had demonstrated intelligence. It had been observing us. What were its capabilities? The drive back was long and quiet. We were both physically and mentally drained. The mundane world, when we finally reached it, felt like a jarring reprieve. The sight of other cars, people going about their lives, children playing in parks, it was a world utterly oblivious to the horror we had just witnessed. Back at our apartment, the first thing we did was download all the data. The audio recordings, the thermal video, the air quality logs. Ben, with his methodical engineering mind, began to compile everything. The thermal footage was perhaps the most compelling visual evidence. The ghostly, undulating outline of the creature, barely warmer than the surrounding environment, yet undeniably present. Its slow, deliberate movements around our tent, the way it seemed to observe. And then the final, terrifying encounter in the mine, with its green eyes resolved on the screen. The audio recordings were even more unsettling. The hum, isolated and amplified, was a constant, low thrum, interspersed with the distinct clicking and wet slithering sounds. Ben ran the audio through a spectrum analyzer, showing me the low, concentrated frequency of the hum. "This is infrasound, Alex," he explained, pointing to the visual representation of the sound waves. "It's below the range of human hearing, but it can be felt. It causes anxiety, disorientation, even hallucinations. It's like a natural weapon, or a communication, or maybe even just a byproduct of its existence." He then showed me the air quality logs. During both encounters, there had been a noticeable drop in oxygen levels and a rise in CO2. "This thing is either consuming oxygen at an incredible rate," Ben theorized, "or it's emitting a gas that displaces it. Either way, prolonged exposure would be debilitating, even fatal. It could be how it hunts or incapacitates its prey." We spent the next few days in a state of hyper-awareness, fueled by coffee and an unwavering sense of urgency. Sleep was still elusive, haunted by nightmares of green eyes and the omnipresent hum. Our apartment, once a haven of normalcy, now felt like a war room, cluttered with maps, historical documents, and scientific data. We expanded our research, delving deeper into fringe science, cryptozoology, and even ancient myths. We looked for creatures that fit the description: multi-legged, low-heat signatures, subterranean, intelligent. We found nothing definitive, but many unsettling parallels. Stories of chthonic entities, of ancient horrors lurking beneath the earth, of things that drained life force or sanity. These were often dismissed as legends, but now they felt terrifyingly real. One evening, Ben found something that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. An obscure academic paper from the early 1900s discussing a phenomenon dubbed subterranean psychic resonance. The author, a discredited parapsychologist, posited that certain geological formations, rich in specific minerals, could act as conduits for, or even generate, powerful psychic energy. This energy, he claimed, could manifest as debilitating mental effects, hallucinations, and in extreme cases, even draw forth entities from other dimensions. The paper was dismissed as pseudoscience, but the specific mineral composition he cited for these conduits was eerily similar to the geology of the Blackwood Mine Valley, particularly its coal and iron deposits. Other dimensions, Ben, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. You think we're dealing with something from another dimension? Ben shrugged, rubbing his temples. At this point, Alex, what's more unbelievable? An unknown creature that fits no biological classification, or an entity from somewhere else that happens to thrive in specific geological conditions. It explains the impossible nature of it, the hum, the silence, the way it just appears. The idea was mind-bending, terrifying. An entity that didn't belong in our reality, accidentally or deliberately crossing over through some geological anomaly. It would explain why it was so utterly alien, why it defied all logic and biology. If that's true, I said, looking at the miner's note, leave the light could be a warning about attracting it. And the they, maybe there are more. Maybe they come and go. The implications were vast and horrifying. If the creature was indeed extra-dimensional, then what we knew about physics, biology, and even reality itself might be insufficient to combat it. The question of how to warn people became paramount. We couldn't just post the raw footage online or go to the police with our story. We'd be ridiculed, dismissed, and possibly institutionalized. We needed a strategy. Ben, ever the pragmatist, proposed a multi-pronged approach. First, we need to find someone who might believe us. Not a politician, not a cop, someone on the fringe. A researcher, an investigative journalist, a cryptozoologist with an open mind. Someone who can give our evidence a platform without immediately dismissing it. Secondly, he suggested we try to find more historical corroboration, specifically for the subterranean psychic resonance theory, or any similar accounts tied to mining operations. If we could connect our evidence to existing, even if fringy theories, it might lend it more credibility. Thirdly, he insisted we prepare for the possibility that no one would believe us. If that happens, he said, his face grim, we need a plan to at least contain it, or to deter others from finding the valley. This last point hit home. The thought of unsuspecting hikers or curious adventurers stumbling upon Blackwood Mine, just as I had, was a nightmare. We had to protect them, even if it meant risking our own lives again. Our research led us to a name, Dr. Eris Thorne. He was a controversial figure, a former parapsychologist who had lost his academic tenure decades ago for pursuing research into what he called anomalous energetic signatures and their potential connection to interdimensional incursions. He ran a small, independent research group, more like a one-man operation, from a secluded cabin deep in the Pacific Northwest, focusing on unexplained phenomena. He was widely regarded as a crackpot by mainstream science, but his writings, particularly on localized energy fields and their effects on human consciousness, resonated uncannily with our experiences. "He's our best bet," I said, circling his name in a printed article. "He's already thinking along these lines. He might be open to our evidence." Ben agreed, albeit with reservations. "He's a long shot, Alex, and he's notoriously reclusive. We might have to go find him." The thought of more travel, more wilderness, was daunting, but the urgency outweighed my apprehension. We spent the next week compiling a meticulous dossier of our findings. The original forum post, my initial logs, the photos of the carvings, the note, the detailed audio analysis of the hum, the thermal footage, the air quality data, and all the historical and scientific research we had painstakingly uncovered. We even included the small wooden robin, a poignant piece of the human tragedy tied to the valley. Before we set out, Ben, ever the cautious one, made copies of all our data and sent them to his parents, along with clear instructions to release them to specific media outlets and academic institutions if we failed to make contact within a week. It was another grim contingency, but a necessary one. We were walking into the unknown again, and this time we were bringing someone else into our terrifying secret. The journey to find Dr. Thorne was long, taking us further north and west, deeper into the remote wilderness. His cabin was in a truly isolated location, accessible only by a single, winding dirt track that eventually petered out into a dense forest trail. It felt like another pilgrimage to the edge of the known world. When we finally reached the cabin, after several hours of hiking through thick woods, it was exactly as described in the online articles: a rustic, weathered structure, nestled amongst towering pines, with a small, makeshift satellite dish on the roof. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, a welcoming sign of life. I knocked on the heavy wooden door, my heart pounding with a mixture of hope and anxiety. What if he dismissed us? What if he was just another dead end? The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a shock of unruly white hair, intelligent, piercing blue eyes behind thick spectacles, and a neatly trimmed beard. He was dressed in practical outdoor gear and carried a thick, leather-bound book. He looked like an eccentric professor who had retired to the wilderness, which was exactly what he was. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice surprisingly deep and resonant, with a hint of a European accent. He looked us over, his gaze sharp and assessing. "Dr. Thorne," I began, my voice a little shaky. "My name is Alex, and this is Ben. We've come a long way to see you. We believe we've uncovered something that aligns with your research, something that might be an interdimensional incursion." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. He studied us for a long moment, taking in our dirt-stained clothes, our exhausted faces, and the desperation in my voice. He must have seen countless eager, misguided individuals seeking answers to the unexplainable. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Come in," he said, stepping aside and opening the door wider. "It's not often I get visitors who speak my language." His cabin was a fascinating jumble of books, scientific equipment, and strange artifacts. Shelves overflowed with volumes on parapsychology, quantum physics, folklore, and obscure histories. A large map of the world dotted with red pins dominated one wall. Strange diagrams and equations were scrawled on a whiteboard. It smelled of old paper, pipe tobacco, and something faintly metallic like ozone. We sat at a cluttered wooden table, and Dr. Thorne offered us hot herbal tea, his movements precise and calm. We began to tell our story, starting from the forum post, leading up to our terrifying escape from Blackwood Mine just days ago. I laid out the meticulously organized dossier of evidence, the photos, the audio recordings, the thermal images, the air quality logs, the historical research. Dr. Thorne listened in silence, his expression unreadable, occasionally taking a sip of his tea. He examined each piece of evidence with intense focus. When I played the recording of the hum, his eyes widened slightly, and he leaned forward, placing a hand on the table, as if feeling the vibrations through the wood. He listened intently to the clicking and slithering, his brow furrowed. When I finished, the silence in the cabin was profound, broken only by the crackle of the wood fire. Dr. Thorne finally spoke, his voice quiet but firm. This is significant. The consistency of your accounts, the corroborating evidence, especially the infrasound frequency and the air quality fluctuations, and the geological context. It all points to a specific kind of phenomenon I've been studying for decades. He picked up the small wooden robin, turning it over in his fingers. And this, the humanity of it, a small defiance against the silence. It adds a layer of truth that scientific data alone cannot convey. A wave of relief washed over me, so profound it almost brought me to tears. He believed us. He understood. You mentioned interdimensional incursions, Ben said, leaning forward. Is that what you think this is? Dr. Thorne nodded slowly. I believe it is. What you encountered, what I have theorized, is an entity or entities from a different vibrational plane, a different aspect of reality. They exist in a state that partially overlaps with our own, but their physiology and energy requirements are utterly alien. The hum is likely a manifestation of their vibrational frequency, a byproduct of their presence, and the silence you experience is them draining or absorbing ambient energy from your dimension, particularly life energy from plants and animals, to stabilize their existence in our realm. Draining energy, I whispered, a chill running down my spine, like hunger. Precisely, he confirmed, his eyes grave. The carvings you described, they hunger, they are likely literal. They feed on life force, on the energetic essence of organic matter to sustain themselves here. The drop in oxygen and rise in CO2 could be a result of this energetic consumption, or perhaps a byproduct of their very breath, toxic to our biology. He gestured to the map on his wall, covered with red pins. I have identified numerous hotspots around the world, locations with unique geological signatures, often rich in specific mineral deposits, like your Blackwood Mine, where these dimensional overlaps appear to be stronger, places where the veil between realities is thinner. These are often places associated with strange disappearances, unexplained illnesses, or persistent folklore of malevolent spirits. Your valley fits the profile perfectly. And then the eyes in the dark, I asked, the green lights. Bioluminescence, perhaps, he mused, or a visible manifestation of their unique energetic signature. In a low-light environment, it would be a distinct and terrifying predatory adaptation. He looked at us, his expression serious. You've done well. This is some of the most compelling field evidence I've ever seen, but this also means you are in grave danger. You've not only encountered one of these entities, but you've collected data on it. You've drawn its attention. It was testing us, Ben interjected, recalling his words in the tent. Last night, outside our camp, it was observing us. Indeed, Dr. Thorne agreed. They are intelligent, primal, but intelligent in their own way. They perceive, they learn, they adapt, and now it knows you're aware of it. What can we do? I asked, my voice filled with a desperate urgency. How do we stop it? How do we warn people? Dr. Thorne leaned back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Stopping something from another dimension is not a simple matter. Traditional weapons are likely useless against an entity that isn't entirely there. But understanding is the first step towards defense. If it preys on life energy, if it absorbs ambient energy, then perhaps we can disrupt its ability to sustain itself in our dimension. He pointed to a stack of old journals. I've theorized that these entities are vulnerable to certain frequencies, certain energetic signatures that clash with their own. High-frequency sound, specific light wavelengths, strong electromagnetic pulses. These could potentially disrupt their hold on our reality, or at least drive them back into their own. Leave the light, I murmured, recalling the miner's note. What if it means leave the wrong kind of light, or that our light attracts them? A very astute observation, Alex, Dr. Thorne said, a glint in his eye. It is possible. If they thrive in darkness, our conventional light sources might be disruptive to them, or even painful, but if they feed on energy, our lights could also be a beacon. Or perhaps the phrase refers to the light of knowledge, of hope, which they seek to extinguish. He paused, then looked at us with a renewed sense of purpose. The current political and scientific climate is not prepared for this. Mainstream institutions will scoff. You are right to seek out someone on the fringe, but your evidence, combined with my theoretical framework, might be enough to convince a select few. We need to present this carefully. We need a team. A team, Ben asked, skepticism returning. Who would join us? Others who have seen glimpses of the truth, Dr. Thorne replied. Researchers, investigators, even some who have survived similar encounters and are searching for answers. I have a network, small but dedicated, of individuals who have encountered the impossible. We can't go in blind, not again. We need more than just a hunting knife and bear spray. We need knowledge, specialized equipment, and a strategic approach. The idea of a team of others who had seen similar things was both reassuring and terrifying. Reassuring because it meant we weren't alone in this impossible discovery. Terrifying because it meant this phenomenon was not isolated, that these creatures existed in other places, that the threat was far greater than we had imagined. But what would be the goal, I asked? To eliminate it, contain it, drive it back? All of the above, Dr. Thorne said, his eyes distant, as if looking into another realm. First, we must return to Blackwood Mine, not just to observe, but to actively probe, to test theories, to understand its precise vulnerabilities and limitations. We need to confirm its exact nature and how it interacts with our reality. We need to develop countermeasures. And then we must ensure that no one else ever falls victim to it, either by containing the anomaly or by making its existence undeniable, so that humanity can prepare. He stood up, walking over to a bookshelf and pulling out a worn, leather-bound volume. This is a fight not just for this valley, but potentially for the integrity of our reality. These incursions are rare, but when they occur, they can be devastating. You have stumbled upon a gateway, a point of weakness. We must close it, or at least guard it. The weight of his words settled heavily upon us. What had started as a thrill-seeking adventure, then morphed into a terrifying escape, was now becoming something far grander, far more dangerous. a mission to protect humanity from an unknown, extra-dimensional threat. We'll need more resources, Ben stated, ever practical, better equipment, more scientific instruments, and frankly, more people who know what they're doing with this kind of phenomenon. Indeed, Dr. Thorne agreed. I have a small fund and contacts, but it will require risk and secrecy. The world is not ready for this truth. Over the next few days, we remained at Dr. Thorne's cabin, collaborating intensely. He outlined his theories, explaining the principles of dimensional bleed-through, the concept of energetic resonance, and the potential impact of conflicting vibrational frequencies. He showed us diagrams of devices he had conceptualized, though never built, to generate specific energy fields or high-frequency sounds that might disrupt such entities. He spoke of similar cases he had investigated, whispers of disappearances in remote areas, inexplicable power surges, and localized pockets of absolute silence. Most had been dismissed as hoaxes or natural phenomena, but through his lens, they began to form a coherent, terrifying pattern. Dr. Thorne connected us, via encrypted satellite link, with two of his most trusted associates. The first was Lena Petrova, a reclusive but brilliant bioacoustician who specialized in infrasound and its effects on biological systems. She had worked for various government agencies before her unconventional theories led to her dismissal. The second was a man named Marcus Kane, a former Black Ops operative turned survivalist and tracker, who had a strangely deep understanding of things that move unseen in the wilderness. He was a man of few words but intense capabilities, who had his own terrifying encounter with something inexplicable years ago and had been searching for answers ever since. We held a series of intense video conferences, presenting our evidence to Lena and Marcus. Lena, with her scientific background, was immediately fascinated by the hum's precise frequency and its potential effects on human physiology. She confirmed Ben's hypothesis that it was capable of causing severe psychological distress and disorientation. Marcus, for his part, remained stoic, but his questions were sharp, focused on the creature's movement patterns, its apparent intelligence, and its interaction with the environment. He understood the concept of a predator that moved without sound, that sensed in ways beyond human comprehension. By the end of the week, a preliminary plan began to take shape. Dr. Thorne would act as the lead theoretician and strategist. Lena would focus on developing acoustic countermeasures based on the hum's frequency, potentially a sonic deterrent. Marcus would lead on field operations, focusing on tracking, perimeter defense, and reconnaissance. Ben, with his engineering expertise, would be crucial for adapting existing technologies and building new ones, while I, Alex, as the discoverer and chronicler, would provide first-hand knowledge of the valley and the creature, and would be responsible for documenting everything should we succeed or fail. It was a small, ragtag team of specialists, united by a shared belief in the unbelievable. The scale of the task was immense, the danger absolute. We were going back to the valley, not to run, but to confront. Our preparations were exhaustive. Lena arrived first, a quiet, intense woman with a shock of dark, braided hair and a mind like a steel trap. She brought with her an array of sophisticated audio equipment, including high-frequency sonic emitters and specialized sensors. She spent days with Ben, poring over the hum's waveform, hypothesizing about specific counterfrequencies. Marcus arrived shortly after, a lean, weathered man whose eyes constantly scanned his surroundings. He moved with a quiet efficiency, his presence radiating a calm, focused intensity. He brought an arsenal of survival gear, specialized tracking equipment, and communication devices, but his most valuable contribution was his deep knowledge of covert operations and staying unseen in hostile territory. The cabin became a hive of activity. Dr. Thorne meticulously plotted the geological data, looking for deeper fault lines, potential energy conduits. Lena tested prototypes of sonic emitters, creating deafening, high-pitched wails that hurt my ears, but she assured us were tailored to disrupt the creature's suspected vibrational frequency. Ben worked on adapting thermal imagers to enhance their ability to detect low-heat signatures, hoping to make the creature more visible. I spent my time reviewing my recordings, sketching out maps of the mine based on my frantic escape, and familiarizing myself with every piece of equipment. The focus shifted from simply understanding to actively intervening. We discussed scenarios, potential dangers, and contingency plans. Marcus emphasized stealth, observation, and precision. "We're not going in there to fight a monster head-on," he stated, his voice gravelly. "We're going in to poke it, to irritate it, to study its reactions, and to understand its limits. Our goal is to make this place inhospitable for it, to push it back through its door, not to conquer it in a stand-up fight." Lena, in turn, stressed the importance of data collection. Every reaction, every sound, every atmospheric change, it all tells us something. This creature is alien. We have no known biology to draw from. We must learn as we go. Dr. Thorne, the calm anchor of the group, reminded us of the larger picture. This is about protecting the valley from it, and protecting others from the possibility of similar incursions. If we succeed, we gain knowledge that could defend against future threats. If we fail, well, then we have at least left a complete record for those who might follow. The plan was daring, meticulously detailed, and fraught with peril. We would return to Blackwood Mine. We would set up a fortified, hidden observation post outside the mine entrance, equipped with advanced sensors and deterrents. We would then send in a small team to deploy a series of specialized devices inside the mine, Lena's sonic emitters and Ben's enhanced thermal cameras, to gather more intimate data on the creature and test its reaction to specific stimuli. Our main objective was not to destroy it, but to force it to retreat, to destabilize its presence in our dimension, effectively closing or sealing the gateway it was exploiting. I felt a resurgence of that familiar, unsettling mix of fear and morbid fascination, but this time it was tempered by a sense of purpose and the strength of a dedicated team. I was no longer a lone adventurer stumbling into horror. I was part of something bigger, something that might actually make a difference. The day came for our departure. The truck was loaded with equipment, an arsenal of scientific tools and survival gear. The mood was somber, focused. This was not a camping trip. This was an expedition into the heart of an unknown darkness. As we drove towards the valley, the familiar signs began to appear. The fading bird song, the oppressive quiet, the encroaching mist. My heart pounded, but this time it was a steady, rhythmic thrum, not the frantic thumping of pure terror. We parked the truck in an even more secluded spot than before, deep in the surrounding forest, away from any visible tracks. Marcus, with his keen tracking skills, led the way through the woods, establishing a stealthy approach to the valley. We moved silently, each step measured, our senses on high alert. The valley, when we finally entered it, was exactly as I remembered, silent, mist-shrouded, and unsettlingly still. The skeletal trees, the crumbling buildings of the forgotten village, they loomed in the twilight, eternal sentinels of a place consumed by the unknown. My abandoned tent was gone, probably collapsed by weather or animal, a small victory for practical decision-making. The hum was already present, a low, faint vibration that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. But this time I wasn't alone. I had Dr. Thorne, Lena, and Marcus, a team, and a plan. Our first task was to establish a secure base camp. Marcus selected a site that offered both concealment and a strategic overview of the mine entrance, several hundred meters away. We worked quickly, setting up a camouflaged tent, establishing a perimeter of motion sensors and infrared cameras that fed into a central monitor inside. Lena deployed her array of acoustic sensors, creating a network that would triangulate any sound source in the valley. Ben set up a small, portable generator, carefully baffled to minimize noise, to power our equipment. As dusk deepened, the hum began to intensify, filling the valley with its oppressive thrum. It was less overwhelming than it had been inside the mine, but its constant presence was a palpable weight. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and acrid, carried on the damp evening breeze. "All systems green," Ben reported, adjusting his glasses, his face illuminated by the glow of the central monitor. "Perimeter secure. All sensors online. We have a consistent hum reading from the mine entrance." Dr. Thorne, watching the monitor intently, nodded. "Excellent. Lena, are your emitters ready?" Lena, adjusting her noise-canceling headphones, gave a thumbs up. "Ready for deployment, Dr. Thorne. We can generate anything from a disruptive high-frequency pulse to a sustained low-frequency counter-hum." "Marcus," Dr. Thorne turned to the operative, "our first probe mission, a low-risk reconnaissance to confirm its current location and deploy the initial sensor array. What's your assessment of a nighttime approach?" Marcus, who had been scanning the darkness with a pair of night vision binoculars, lowered them slowly. "Too risky for a direct approach to the entrance. It's aware. It tested Alex and Ben. It knows we're here, or at least that something new is in its territory. We proceed with extreme caution. My recommendation is a slow, methodical advance towards the mine perimeter, deploying remote sensors along the path. No direct entry tonight." Dr. Thorne considered this. "Agreed. We've established a presence. Let it know we're here, but not what our intentions are. We observe tonight. We gather more data. Tomorrow, we begin to act." The night was long, filled with tension. The hum permeated everything, a constant, low growl that made my teeth ache. Every rustle in the dark, every creak of a tree was magnified. Our thermal cameras and motion sensors remained stubbornly clear. The creature was either incredibly stealthy, or it was staying deep within the mine. Sometime in the pre-dawn hours, the hum began to intensify again. It grew louder, more guttural, shaking the very ground beneath us. Lena's acoustic sensors spiked on the monitor, registering the dramatic increase. "It's moving," Lena whispered, her eyes glued to the data stream. "The source is shifting. It's coming closer to the entrance." Then the perimeter sensors triggered. A series of rapid beeps filled the tent, followed by a flashing red light on the monitor, indicating multiple breaches on the eastern side of their camp, the direction facing the village. "It's here," Marcus said, his voice a low growl, grabbing his night vision binoculars. Dr. Thorne's eyes widened, his usual academic calm replaced by a stark alertness. "Everyone, positions. Lena, prepare a low-frequency sweep. Ben, focus the enhanced thermals on the east perimeter. Alex, keep recording and be ready to provide a direct visual if needed." The humming intensified further, now a guttural roar that vibrated through the ground, through their bones. The metallic, acrid stench, mixed with something sweet and cloying, began to seep into their camouflaged tent, even through the baffles and filters Ben had installed. The air quality monitor on Ben's pack began to beep softly, a yellow light flashing. Oxygen levels were dropping. Thermal readings coming in, Ben announced, his fingers flying across the tablet. The screen resolved into a shimmering, undulating outline, low to the ground, broad and elongated, moving with a disturbing grace through the mist. It was almost a ghostly impression, barely warmer than the surrounding environment, but undeniably there. It's moving slowly, circling the perimeter, just outside our sensor range. Acoustic signature confirms, Lena added, her voice crisp, her headphones still on. The clicking and slithering, it's analyzing, it's probing. No aggressive movements detected yet. The creature was intelligent. It wasn't just blundering into their camp. It was observing their defenses, assessing its new visitors. The thought was chilling. Marcus, peering through his night vision binoculars, pointed. There, just beyond that cluster of elderberries, it stopped. It's looking. Even through the night vision, I could discern the faint, sickly green pinpricks of light that were its eyes, fixed on their position. They glowed with an ancient, malevolent intelligence that spoke of a patience far beyond human comprehension. It knew they were there. It had found them. Dr. Thorne remained calm, but his jaw was set. Lena began a controlled, low-frequency sweep. Nothing overtly aggressive yet. We want to observe its reaction, not provoke a full confrontation. Start subtle, then gradually increase. Lena nodded, her fingers moving over her console. A low, almost imperceptible thrum, different from the creature's hum, began to emanate from their tent. It was the preliminary test of Lena's counter-frequency device, a subtle, energetic ripple designed to interfere with the creature's vibrational signature. On the thermal screen, the creature's faint outline seemed to pause, then it subtly recoiled, a barely perceptible shift backward. The green pinpricks of its eyes seemed to flicker. The clicking sound briefly ceased, replaced by a low, drawn-out gurgle, a sound that conveyed a sense of irritation. "It's reacting," Ben whispered, his eyes wide. "It doesn't like it." "Increase frequency slightly, Lena," Dr. Thorne commanded, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lena adjusted a dial. The low thrum emanating from their tent intensified, becoming a more pronounced vibration in the air. This time the creature's reaction was more pronounced. It shuddered, its undulating form seemed to contract, and the green eyes pulsed erratically. The gurgling grew louder, deeper, almost a warning. It then began to slowly, deliberately retreat from their perimeter, its movements less fluid, more hesitant. "It's withdrawing," I exclaimed, a surge of adrenaline mixing with a tentative sense of triumph. "It's retreating, but not fleeing," Marcus corrected, his voice grave. "It's assessing, it's learning. It understands this is a new type of threat, but it hasn't been defeated, just inconvenienced." Within minutes, the thermal signature of the creature had vanished from their monitors. The clicking and gurgling faded. The air quality monitor's yellow light turned green. The oppressive hum, which had reached a crescendo during the encounter, slowly began to recede, returning to its familiar, distant thrum emanating from the mine. The silence that settled over the valley was once again heavy, expectant. The encounter had lasted only minutes, but it had felt like an eternity. Dr. Thorne let out a slow breath. "Excellent work, team. We have confirmation. The entity is susceptible to specific vibrational frequencies. and it is indeed intelligent enough to recognize and react to a novel threat. So the sonic emitters work, at least as a deterrent, Ben said, relief evident in his voice. A preliminary success, Lena cautioned, pushing her headphones back. But we only tested a mild, low-frequency sweep. It was more of an annoyance than an attack. We need to understand its limits and its full range of vulnerabilities. Which means we still need to get into the mine, Marcus concluded, cleaning the lenses of his binoculars with a practiced motion. Gather more data, observe its true lair, deploy the full sensor array inside. The plan was clear. Their initial probe had worked. They had a tool, however limited, to defend themselves. Now it was time to push further. The remaining pre-dawn hours were spent meticulously analyzing the data from the encounter. Lena pinpointed the exact frequencies that had caused the creature's reaction. Ben refined the thermal camera's sensitivity, hoping to detect even fainter heat signatures. Dr. Thorne meticulously updated his geological maps, cross-referencing the creature's movement patterns with subterranean fault lines. As the first sliver of true dawn touched the eastern peaks, painting the mist in ethereal golds and purples, the team finalized their strategy for the mine entry. Marcus would lead a two-person insertion team, himself and Alex, due to my familiarity with the mine layout. Ben would remain at the base camp with Dr. Thorne and Lena, monitoring all sensor data, controlling the sonic emitters, and providing real-time intelligence. Our objective is clear, Dr. Thorne reiterated, pointing to a hand-drawn map of the mine tunnels. Get in, deploy the enhanced thermal cameras and sonic emitters in key locations, particularly the main cavern you described, Alex. Observe its reactions to the more aggressive emitters if necessary, and get out. No prolonged engagement, no unnecessary risks. Marcus laid out their entry protocols with military precision, stealth, speed, and communication. We move silently. Alex, you point out the paths, the carvings, any anomalies you remember. I'll handle sensor deployment and security. We maintain constant comms with base camp. If we lose contact, or if the situation becomes untenable, we extract immediately. No heroics, Alex. He looked directly at me, his gaze unwavering. Your experience makes you invaluable, but don't forget that. Stay focused. I nodded, my stomach a knot of apprehension and resolve. This time, I wasn't running from it blindly. I was going in with a purpose, with backup, and with a tool to fight back. We geared up lightweight combat gear for Marcus, including a suppressed rifle for human threats, he'd explained, or if a creature in our dimension intervened, though he doubted its efficacy against the interdimensional, and enhanced night vision goggles. For me, a lighter vest with multiple pockets for data cards and my hunting knife, a specialized headlamp, and a rugged tablet for real-time mapping and sensor feedback. We both wore respirators, pre-calibrated to filter the specific gases Lena suspected the creature might emit. As we approached the mine entrance, the oppressive silence grew heavier. The hum, though present, seemed to recede, as if the creature knew we were coming or was waiting for us. The metallic, acrid stench was already palpable, clinging to the air like a shroud. Marcus paused at the threshold, running a gloved hand over the damp, moss-covered stone. "This is it," he said, his voice low and calm. "Base camp comms check." Loud and clear, Marcus. Ben's voice crackled in our earpieces. "All systems green on our end. Thermal and acoustic arrays are live. We'll be watching your backs." "Copy that," Alex readies. I took a deep breath, the filtered air of my respirator cold in my lungs. Ready. We stepped into the darkness. The temperature dropped immediately. The tunnel stretched before us, a familiar, claustrophobic maw. Our specialized headlamps, with their enhanced UV and IR capabilities, cut through the gloom, revealing the ancient timber shoring, the glistening damp rock, the rusted tracks disappearing into the abyss. Marcus moved with an almost supernatural stealth, his movements fluid and noiseless. He scanned every shadow, every crevice, his senses finely honed. I followed, trying to mimic his quiet steps, my eyes darting from the path ahead to the walls, looking for the familiar carvings. The hum intensified with every step, vibrating through the rock beneath our feet, a low, guttural growl that resonated deep in my chest. Even through the respirator, the metallic stench of the mine grew stronger, mingling with the earthy smell of damp rock and decay. We reached the first cluster of angular carvings, the elongated figures with their silent screams. I pointed them out to Marcus, explaining their significance. He photographed them with a small, handheld device, his face grim. "They're definitely stylized," Marcus murmured, his voice low. "A warning or a depiction. They knew what was here." We continued deeper, the carvings growing more numerous, more frantic, the story they told becoming clearer. A narrative of ancient horror, of a silent predator, of a hunger from beyond. Then we reached the larger cavern, the one with the massive, sprawling carving, vaguely humanoid, rising from the earth, and the eyes, the hollow depressions filled with the glistening, tar-like black substance. They seemed to stare at us with an ancient, malevolent gaze, just as they had before. "This is it," I whispered, my voice tight, "the heart of it." Marcus swept his headlamp beam across the cavern, taking in the scale of the space, the grotesque artistry of the carving. He produced a small, disc-shaped device from his pack and affixed it to the wall near the carving. First thermal camera and sonic emitter deployed. "Base camp, do you have a signal?" "Affirmative, Marcus," Ben's voice replied instantly. "Clear thermal feed from position 1. Acoustic array active. Nothing on either feed yet, but the background hum is spiking." "Good, now for the second," Marcus said, moving towards the far side of the cavern, opposite the main carving. This spot offered a wider view of the tunnel that branched deeper into the earth, the path I hadn't dared to follow during my first escape. As Marcus deployed the second set of sensors, Lena's voice came through. "Marcus, Alex, we're detecting a significant increase in the creature's hum signature. It's localized to your position. It knows you're there. Be prepared." Almost on cue, from the darkness of the deeper tunnel, beyond the reach of our headlamps, we heard it, the wet slithering sound, and the faint, chilling clicking. It was closer than before, closer than I had ever heard it outside of my tent. "It's here," I hissed, my hand instinctively going to my hunting knife. Marcus immediately dropped into a crouch, his suppressed rifle raised, scanning the blackness. "Base camp, confirmed visual contact pending, sending thermal stream now." On my tablet, the enhanced thermal image began to resolve itself. A faint, shimmering outline, low and broad, many-legged, undulating towards us. But this time, the enhanced thermal camera, tuned to its specific low-heat signature, rendered it with a terrifying clarity. Its form was like a massive, flattened crustacean, yet made of something gelatinous and chitinous, its many segmented legs scuttling across the uneven rock floor with that distinctive clicking sound. And those eyes, two sickly green pinpricks, fixed on us, glowing with a predatory awareness. The hum roared in our ears, a physical blow. The air grew heavy, thick with the creature's stench, even through our respirators. The air quality monitor on Marcus's pack began to flash red. oxygen plummeting. "It's coming," Marcus said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, but his grip on the rifle was white-knuckled. "Lena, Dr. Thorne, prepare for full deployment of the sonic deterrent." "Confirmed, Marcus." Dr. Thorne's voice was tense. "Lena, full frequency sweep, localized to the cavern." Lena's reply was a terse, "executing." From the deployed sonic emitters, a new sound erupted. Not just a low thrum, but a high-pitched, piercing shriek that resonated through the rock, accompanied by a vibrating, almost nauseating low-frequency pulse. It was designed to overload the creature's senses, to disrupt its very hold on this dimension. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The creature stopped dead in its tracks, its undulating form convulsed, writhing as if in extreme pain. The clicking became a rapid, frantic clatter, and the wet gurgle transformed into a horrifying, high-pitched shriek, unlike anything I had ever heard, a sound of pure agony and outrage. The green eyes flared, then flickered wildly, like dying embers. Its entire form seemed to shimmer and distort, as if struggling to maintain its physical coherence. It slammed its massive body against the cavern wall, sending loose rock showering down. The hum, which had been roaring moments before, now wavered, fluctuating wildly, as if its very energy source was being violently interrupted. "It's working," Ben's voice crackled with excitement. "Its energy signature is dropping. It's losing cohesion." The creature shrieked again, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of the air itself, and then, with surprising speed, it turned. It didn't retreat back into the deeper tunnel. Instead, it moved towards the massive wall carving, the vaguely humanoid figure rising from the earth. Its many legs scuttled frantically, carrying its shuddering form towards the effigy. As it reached the carving, it seemed to meld with it, pressing itself against the rock. The black, tar-like substance in the carved eyes began to bubble and churn, glowing with a sickly green light that mirrored the creature's own eyes. "What's it doing?" I whispered, utterly bewildered. Dr. Thorne's voice was urgent, laced with a new kind of dread. "It's retreating to its point of origin, to the dimensional anchor. It's trying to stabilize itself, to draw energy from the convergence point." The creature, still writhing, began to sink into the carving itself. Its shimmering form distorted further, seeming to dissolve into the rock, like an image fading from a screen. The green light intensified dramatically, bathing the cavern in an eerie glow. The humming, though still disrupted, seemed to regain a measure of its power, albeit warped and unstable. "Lena, maintain the full frequency sweep," Dr. Thorne commanded. "Marcus, Alex, do not approach. Observe and report." The creature continued to dissolve, its form becoming increasingly indistinct, until only the pulsing green light from the carved eyes remained, now almost blindingly bright. The entire cavern vibrated, not just with the hum, but with a new, destabilizing energy. Then, with a final, guttural shriek that seemed to emanate from the very rock itself, the green light flared blindingly and then winked out. The bubbling, tar-like substance in the carved eyes receded, leaving them hollow and dark once more. The piercing shriek of Lena's emitters abruptly ceased. The oppressive hum in the cavern dissipated, leaving behind a ringing silence, profound and unnerving. The air quality monitor on Marcus's pack turned green. The creature was gone. We stood in the cavern, breathing heavily, our headlamps the only source of light. The silence was absolute, a crushing weight after the chaotic cacophony of the last few minutes. Yet it retreated, I finally managed to say, my voice hoarse. It went into the wall. "Base camp, do you have any thermal signature?" Marcus asked, his voice low, his rifle still held ready. "Negative, Marcus," Ben replied, his voice still tinged with disbelief. "Absolutely nothing. It just vanished. And the hum has dropped significantly, almost to baseline, localized right at the carving." Dr. Thorne's voice came through, thoughtful, but with an underlying current of awe. "It appears my theory about the dimensional anchor was correct. It uses that specific geological formation, and perhaps the esoteric carving as a bridge, a point of entry and retreat. Our sonic deterrent destabilized its physical presence here, forcing it to withdraw into its own dimension, or at least back through the gateway." "So we pushed it back," I said, a wave of relief washing over me. "We actually did it." "For now," Marcus qualified, holstering his rifle but remaining vigilant. "It's not destroyed, it's just not here." He walked cautiously towards the massive carving, examining the black tar-like substance in the eyes. It was now inert, dull, almost completely receded into the depressions. "This carving, it's more than just a depiction. It's part of the mechanism." "Indeed," Dr. Thorne confirmed. "The ancients, those miners, they understood more than we initially gave them credit for. They weren't just documenting a monster. They were perhaps trying to depict the gateway itself, or its guardian." "What now?" I asked, looking around the now empty cavern. The terror was replaced by a strange sense of exhaustion and a new kind of purpose. "Now we consolidate our data," Dr. Thorne replied. "We've confirmed its vulnerability. We've confirmed its ability to withdraw. This is a monumental breakthrough. We need to secure the area, deploy more advanced long-term monitoring, and begin to formulate a plan for sealing this gateway permanently." Marcus nodded. "Good, we're not done here, not by a long shot, but we've struck a blow." He turned to me. "Alex, you did well. You kept your head, even when it was right in front of us." His praise meant more to me than I expected. I felt a surge of pride, mixed with the lingering tremor of fear. I had faced it again, and this time I hadn't just run. I had helped push it back. We spent the next few hours meticulously deploying additional long-term sensors throughout the cavern and deeper tunnels, motion detectors, CO2 monitors, advanced acoustic probes, and enhanced thermal cameras. Marcus even set up small, nearly invisible tripwires that would trigger silent alarms if anything disturbed them. Lena directed them through the comms, ensuring optimal placement for maximum data collection. The goal was to build a comprehensive picture of the creature's habits, its energy signature when present, and any subtle changes in the environment that might indicate its return. We placed a more powerful, continuous frequency sonic emitter near the main carving, set on a low-level, almost imperceptible thrum, designed to maintain a subtle, disruptive field around the perceived gateway. It wouldn't be painful, but it would make the area less hospitable, harder for the creature to emerge or draw power from. As we made our way back towards the mine entrance, the pervasive silence was still present, but it felt different. Less oppressive, more like a vacuum where the hum had been. The air quality had improved dramatically. The metallic stench had significantly dissipated. Emerging from the mine, blinking in the filtered light of mid-morning, a wave of weariness washed over me. The others were already at base camp, watching the monitors with rapt attention. "Any changes?" Marcus asked, as he removed his respirator. "Nothing," Ben reported, adjusting his glasses. "The hum is now almost imperceptible, localized to the gateway. All other sensors are quiet. It's gone. at least for now. Lena, her face pale but triumphant, smiled faintly. The continuous emitter is holding. We've created a zone of subtle interference. It should make it much harder for it to manifest fully. Dr. Thorne looked at us, his eyes shining with a quiet intensity. This is just the beginning. We've confirmed our theories, but we've only pushed it back. We haven't sealed the gateway. We haven't eliminated the threat. Over the next week, the team established a rigorous watch schedule. 2 people would always be on duty at the base camp, monitoring the myriad sensors, while the other 2 rested or conducted further reconnaissance around the valley. The creature did not return in its full physical manifestation. The hum remained low, localized deep within the mine, a faint, constant thrum that was almost part of the background noise. The silence persisted throughout the valley, unbroken by birds or insects, a testament to the lingering energy drain. During this time, Dr. Thorne, Lena, and Ben worked tirelessly to refine their theories and countermeasures. Lena fine-tuned the sonic emitters, experimenting with different frequencies and modulations, trying to find the optimal disruptive pattern. Ben worked on integrating all the data into a predictive model, hoping to anticipate the creature's next appearance or understand the conditions that facilitated its incursions. Dr. Thorne delved deeper into ancient texts and local folklore, searching for any historical accounts of similar disappearances or anomalies in the Blackwood Valley that might offer further clues. Alex, despite the exhaustion, felt a new sense of purpose. My role as chronicler became even more critical. I maintained detailed logs of every sensor reading, every observation, every discussion. I transcribed old miners' notes, comparing them with our new understanding. I sketched new maps of the mine, marking the locations of our sensors and the creature's observed movements. The wooden robin sat on my makeshift desk, a silent reminder of the human cost of this place. One afternoon, while I was reviewing some of my original photos of the angular carvings near the water tower, something caught my eye, a subtle difference. In one of the earlier photos, taken during my first solo trip, a specific set of lines, almost like tally marks, was clearer. Comparing it to a more recent photo Marcus had taken, it seemed faded, as if the lines themselves were eroding or perhaps subtly shifting. I brought it to Dr. Thorne. "Look," I said, pointing to the 2 photos. "Do you see it? These lines here. They look like they've blurred or changed slightly." Dr. Thorne took the tablet, his brow furrowed as he compared the images. "Fascinating," he murmured. "The carvings are not merely static symbols. They appear to be interacting with the phenomenon. Perhaps they are not just warnings, but also a form of inscription, a record of the creature's activity, or even a way to contain it. The tally marks could be a count of incursions or the length of its stay." Lena, observing over his shoulder, chimed in. "If the carvings are indeed affected by the creature's presence, then they might be a natural indicator of the dimensional bleed-through. As it stabilizes in our dimension, the veil thins, and even inanimate objects in its vicinity could be subtly altered. Erosion, or a subtle warping of reality." This new discovery added another layer of complexity to their understanding. The valley itself seemed to be an active participant in the phenomenon, not just a passive stage. Marcus, ever pragmatic, used this information to expand his reconnaissance efforts. He began meticulously mapping the entire valley, marking every ancient carving, every geological anomaly, every unusual rock formation. He theorized that these might be localized points of weakness in the dimensional fabric, where the creature's influence was strongest. Days turned into a week. The team settled into a rhythm, an eerie normalcy amidst the constant threat. We learned to live with the subtle hum, the pervasive silence, and the knowledge that a creature from another dimension lurked beneath their feet. Then the second week. The first anomaly wasn't a sound or a thermal signature. It was an atmospheric shift. The air quality monitors, which had returned to normal after the creature's retreat, began to show subtle but consistent fluctuations. Not a dramatic drop in oxygen, but a slow, steady decline in ambient air pressure, accompanied by a slight, almost unnoticeable rise in ozone levels. It's like the valley is holding its breath, Ben observed, pointing to the graphs on his monitor. Or something is subtly changing the atmospheric composition on a larger scale. This isn't localized to the mine, it's affecting the entire valley. The influence is expanding, Dr. Thorne said, his face grave. Even without its full physical manifestation, its presence is having an effect. The dimensional bleed-through is strengthening. The continuous emitter is pushing it back in the mine, but its energetic footprint is growing in the valley as a whole. This was a troubling development. It meant their current strategy of simply pushing the creature back into the mine wasn't enough. It was still exerting its influence, still subtly altering their reality, even from its hidden lair. Lena quickly correlated the atmospheric data with her acoustic sensors. The background hum, even though faint, is also subtly changing its frequency. It's a very low, almost subliminal shift, but it's there. It's like it's adapting, or perhaps strengthening its own frequency, trying to counteract our emitter. A new wave of unease rippled through the team. The creature wasn't just a mindless beast, it was intelligent, adaptable. It was learning how to counter their efforts. "We need to go back in," Marcus stated, his voice firm. "This continuous emitter is merely holding the line. It's not enough to seal the gateway. We need to hit it harder, and we need to understand how it's expanding its influence." Dr. Thorne agreed. We need to probe its limits. We need to deploy a stronger, more targeted sonic pulse. One designed not just to repel, but to actively destabilize its energetic signature, to truly disrupt its presence. But this time, we need to be prepared for a more aggressive reaction. The plan was refined. This time, all four of them, Dr. Thorne, Lena, Ben, and Alex, would be involved in the operation. Marcus would lead the advance team to the cavern, deploying the new, more powerful sonic emitters. Ben would operate a portable array of enhanced thermal and energy sensors, providing immediate feedback. Lena would control the precise frequency and intensity of the sonic pulse from a safer distance within the mine, connected via a reinforced fiber optic cable. Dr. Thorne would act as overall tactical commander, analyzing all incoming data and making strategic decisions. I would document everything and be ready to provide a direct visual. The stakes were higher. The creature was adapting. This next encounter wouldn't be a mere probe, it would be a direct challenge. We geared up once more, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. Respirators, enhanced headlamps, emergency comms, first aid kits, and the specialized equipment. Lena carried a portable console connected to a backpack full of sonic emitters. Ben had a ruggedized tablet with real-time data feeds. Dr. Thorne carried a comms unit and a detailed map. Marcus, as always, was armed for any contingency, his movements precise and purposeful. Entering the mine again, the familiarity bred not comfort, but a deeper unease. The silence was palpable, the metallic stench stronger than before. The subtle shifts in air pressure and the faint, altered hum were unnerving. It felt like the mine itself was alive, breathing, waiting. As we navigated the labyrinthine tunnels, the carvings seemed to leer at us, their silent screams now echoing with the new knowledge of the creature's expanding influence. When we reached the main cavern, the atmosphere was oppressive. The low-level continuous emitter they had deployed earlier was still active, creating a barely perceptible high-frequency thrum that seemed to make the air vibrate. The massive carving on the wall, the dimensional anchor, seemed to pulse with a faint internal light, though it was almost entirely subliminal. "Sensors online," Ben announced, his fingers flying over his tablet. "Enhanced thermal active. Acoustic arrays are good. We're getting a very faint energy signature from the anchor point, indicating a persistent, low-level dimensional overlap." "Lena, deploy the high-power emitter array near the anchor," Dr. Thorne commanded. "Marcus, provide cover and ensure Alex is safe to document." Lena, with Marcus's silent guidance, moved stealthily towards the carved wall. She began to affix the new emitters, small, black, and deceptively simple devices, around the perimeter of the effigy. Each one had a tiny, glowing LED, a silent testament to the power they contained. As Lena deployed the third emitter, a sudden, sharp spike registered on Ben's monitor. "Energy signature spiking," he yelled. "It's reacting." From the deeper tunnel, the hum roared to life, a deafening, guttural bellow that shook the very foundations of the cavern. The air quality monitor screamed red. The metallic, acrid stench became overwhelming, burning our throats even through the respirators. Then from the inky blackness it emerged, not slowly, not tentatively. This time it burst forth with furious speed, its many legs scuttling across the rock floor, a terrifying blur. The enhanced thermal camera rendered it in stark detail, a massive, undulating horror of chitin and flesh, its green eyes glowing with an incandescent fury. It was larger than I remembered, or perhaps its rage simply made it seem so. It moved directly towards Lena and Marcus, its gurgling a continuous, enraged roar. The clicking of its plates was a frantic, terrifying drumbeat. "Lena, Marcus, retreat." Dr. Thorne's voice was urgent. "Ben, full pulse activation, now." Lena and Marcus scrambled back just as the creature reached the anchor point. Its massive body slammed into the wall, a sickening crunch of rock and chitin. It wasn't trying to retreat this time. It was defending its gateway, its point of power. "Activating full pulse," Ben yelled, his voice strained. A new sound erupted, not the piercing shriek from before, but a deep, resonating thrum that vibrated through the earth, through every cell of my body, a force of pure, disruptive energy. It was Lena's perfected counter-frequency, amplified to an unprecedented level. The creature shrieked, a sound of pure agony. Its massive form convulsed violently, thrashing against the rock walls, sending showers of debris. The green eyes flared, then dimmed, then flared again, pulsing with erratic power. Its form shimmered, distorting wildly, unable to maintain its physical coherence against the overwhelming vibrational assault. It was a full-blown assault, a clash of realities. The creature fought back, its rage palpable. It slammed its body into the newly deployed emitters, crushing two of them with a sickening crack. The hum, its own weapon, spiked and wavered, trying to counter Lena's pulse. "It's resisting the pulse," Ben yelled. "Its own hum is interfering. It's stabilizing itself against our frequency." Dr. Thorne's voice was sharp. "Lena, remodulate, shift to an inverse harmonic, disrupt its internal resonance." Lena, despite the chaos, calmly manipulated her console. The deep thrumming pulse shifted, changing its vibrational quality, becoming a twisting, agonizing counterfrequency. The effect was devastating. The creature's thrashing grew even more violent. Its form distorted grotesquely, stretching and contracting as if pulled apart by unseen forces. The green eyes, now wide with primal terror, seemed to burst with light, then collapse into pinpricks of darkness. The gurgling roar diminished, replaced by a desperate, high-pitched keening. It was losing the fight. It was being torn apart, energetically speaking. With a final, desperate surge of movement, the creature launched itself at the main carving, its massive form slamming into the effigy. The black, tar-like substance in the carved eyes erupted, spewing forth a noxious, sickly green ichor that sizzled on the rock. The green light pulsed violently, radiating a heat that was almost palpable. Then the creature began to dissolve, but this time it was a terrifyingly rapid, explosive dissolution. Its chitinous plates seemed to melt, its gelatinous body imploded inwards, collapsing into the glowing green ichor. The entire cavern filled with a blinding flash of green light, accompanied by a sound like tearing fabric, like reality itself being ripped apart. We were thrown backward by a sudden, invisible shockwave. I hit the ground hard, my headlamp beam dancing wildly across the cavern. My ears rang, and for a moment I couldn't hear anything but a high-pitched whine. When my vision cleared, the cavern was still. The blinding green light was gone, replaced by the dull glow of our headlamps. The sonic pulse from Lena's emitters had ceased. The metallic stench was gone, replaced by a faint, acrid smell of ozone and burnt rock. The creature was gone, utterly gone. No shimmering outline, no gurgling, no clicking, just an empty space where it had been. And on the wall, the massive carving was subtly changed. The black tar-like substance in its eyes was dried, cracked, almost powdered. The rock around the effigy was scorched, blackened. Silence, a true silence this time, not the oppressive, draining silence of the creature's influence, but a profound, almost peaceful stillness. The hum was gone, completely. Base camp report. Dr. Thorne's voice, though steady, held a tremor of disbelief. Ben's voice, filled with awe, crackled through the comms. Dr. Thorne, the hum is gone. All energy signatures from the anchor point have collapsed. The dimensional overlap, it's gone. It's completely gone. Lena, pale but exhilarated, looked at Dr. Thorne. We did it. We broke its hold. We pushed it back, and then we sealed the gateway, energetically at least. Marcus walked slowly towards the scorched carving, his rifle still in his hands. The black tar-like substance in the carved eyes was now completely gone, replaced by a fine dark powder that clung to the scorched rock. The stone itself felt brittle, heated, as if seared from within. The massive, vaguely humanoid figure, once so ominous and alive with a sinister energy, now looked like a mere relic, a scarred testament to a battle that had just concluded. Marcus ran a gloved finger over the powdered residue, then carefully collected a small sample in a sterile vial. No thermal signature, he confirmed, his voice low, a hint of awe mingling with his usual stoicism. No acoustic presence, nothing but residual ozone and heat. He turned to us, his expression unreadable. It's gone, truly gone. A wave of profound relief, so powerful it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I watched Lena and Ben approach, their faces pale but alight with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. Dr. Thorne walked towards the carving, his eyes tracing the scorched lines, a look of deep contemplation on his face. The gateway is closed, Dr. Thorne murmured, almost to himself. The breach has been sealed. The dimensional overlap collapsed completely. He looked at Lena, a profound respect in his gaze. Your inverse harmonic, Lena. It disrupted its very energetic matrix, tore it from its anchor point, prevented it from restabilizing. Lena nodded, a faint smile touching her lips. It was a gamble, but its own hum, its own vibrational signature, provided the key. Its power was also its vulnerability. Ben, still clutching his tablet, stared at the data. The energy readings plummeted to zero almost instantaneously. It's like it was erased from this dimension. The valley's entire energetic footprint has returned to baseline. The air quality is back to normal. The hum, it's just gone. The silence that now enveloped us was no longer heavy or oppressive. It was simply quiet, a natural, profound quiet that felt cleansing, restorative. The absence of the pervasive hum was almost deafening in its newfound purity. The absence of the metallic, acrid stench was a gift to my burning nostrils. We spent the next few hours in the cavern, meticulously collecting every piece of data. We photographed the altered carving from every angle, took samples of the scorched rock and powdered residue. We retrieved our damaged sonic emitters, noting the precise points of impact where the creature had slammed into them in its desperate fury. Lena's sophisticated sensors continued to scan for any lingering energetic residue, any faint echo of its presence, but found none. The mine was just a mine again, cold and damp and smelling of earth and stone. As we finally emerged from the mine, blinking in the bright mid-morning light, the valley seemed transformed. The mist had largely dissipated, revealing the vibrant greens of the surrounding forest, the clear blue of the sky. A gentle breeze rustled through the skeletal trees, and for the first time since my arrival, I heard it, the faint, hesitant chirp of a bird, then another, and another. The natural world was beginning to reclaim its voice. Back at base camp, the mood was one of quiet triumph. We collapsed onto our makeshift chairs, stripping off respirators and shedding heavy packs. Lena immediately began uploading the new data, her fingers flying across her console, eager to dissect every nanosecond of the encounter. Ben, equally absorbed, recalibrated the perimeter sensors, marveling at the consistent, all-clear signals. Doctor Thorne stood gazing out at the valley, a look of profound satisfaction mixed with the weight of new knowledge. Marcus, after a quick sweep of the immediate perimeter, began to methodically clean and repack his gear, his movements as precise as ever. I took a deep breath, the clean, crisp air filling my lungs, unburdened by the acrid scent or the crushing hum. The wooden robin, still sitting on my makeshift desk, seemed to glow in the sunlight. I reached out and touched it, a quiet symbol of a balance restored. "We did it," I said, my voice barely a whisper, half to myself. "We actually did it." Dr. Thorne turned, a rare, genuine smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, Alex, a remarkable achievement. You have all performed beyond expectation. We have not only driven back an extra-dimensional entity, but we have, to our best understanding, sealed its point of incursion." "But is it truly gone?" Ben asked, adjusting his glasses, ever the pragmatist. "Or just dormant, sent back to wherever it came from?" Dr. Thorne paused, his smile fading slightly. "That, Ben, is the central question. From our current understanding, the inverse harmonic pulse effectively nullified its energetic signature within our dimension, and then collapsed the localized dimensional bleed-through at the anchor point. Think of it as severing a thread that connected it to our reality. Its physical manifestation here required that thread. Without it, it cannot exist here. It is, for all intents and purposes, gone from our dimension. Lena added, however, the entity itself, in its own dimension, likely still exists. We haven't destroyed it. We've simply made this particular gateway impassable for it. Marcus, wiping down his rifle, chimed in, which means it could find another weak point, another valley, another mine. Dr. Thorne nodded gravely. Precisely. This is not the end of the threat, but it is a monumental step forward in understanding and defending against it. We now have proven countermeasures. We have undeniable data. This success validates everything I have theorized for decades. The next few days were spent in a whirlwind of activity, but of a different kind. No longer a frantic fight for survival or a tense reconnaissance, but a methodical dismantling of their operations and an exhaustive post-mission analysis. Lena meticulously reviewed every acoustic signature, correlating it with the creature's behavior and the effects of her emitters. She hypothesized about the creature's sensory perception, its method of communication, and the complex energetic matrix that allowed it to manifest in their reality. She theorized that the ancient carvings weren't just a pictorial history, but potentially a form of dimensional diagram, a primal understanding of the gateway and the entity. The fading of the tally marks I had noticed now seemed like an ancient counter, marking how many times the creature had emerged, or how long it had lingered before the last successful seal. Ben, in turn, focused on the creature's unique energy signature and its interaction with atmospheric conditions. He confirmed that the oxygen drop wasn't just a side effect, but an active process. The creature was drawing sustenance directly from the ambient energy of the environment, converting it to fuel its dimensional manifestation. Its hum, he now understood, wasn't just a sound. It was an active, energetic frequency, a kind of anchor in their reality, which their inverse harmonic had directly destabilized. Dr. Thorne began drafting a comprehensive report, combining all of their findings. The goal was no longer just to understand, but to present their evidence to a select, influential few in the scientific community, individuals he believed might be open to such radical truths, or at least be compelled by the overwhelming scientific proof. He spoke of developing a global network, a specialized rapid response team for future incursions. This success in Blackwood Valley was just the first step. Marcus, meanwhile, conducted a final, thorough sweep of the entire valley. He looked for any lingering signs of the creature's influence, any subtle changes in the environment that might have escaped their notice. He mapped every cave, every potential geological anomaly, every remote corner of the valley, cataloging them for future monitoring. He found no new signs of the creature, no residual energy readings, no inexplicable phenomena. The valley was, to all appearances, returning to its natural state. Birds sang freely, insects buzzed, and the wind carried the scent of pine and damp earth, not metallic acridity. As for me, Alex, my role shifted from chronicler to archivist and witness. I spent my time organizing my recordings, sketches, and notes, adding personal reflections and detailed descriptions of the creature and the final battle. I knew my story, once a harrowing tale of survival, was now an invaluable first-hand account of humanity's first successful confrontation with an extra-dimensional threat. The experience had changed me irrevocably. The fear was still a phantom, a whisper in the quiet moments, but it was tempered by a profound sense of purpose, a strange, hard-won wisdom. The world was bigger, stranger, and more dangerous than I had ever imagined, but humanity wasn't entirely defenseless. The decision was made to keep the base camp as a hidden, long-term monitoring station. Marcus, with his survivalist skills, reinforced the camouflaged tent and automated the sensor network. He installed long-range, solar-powered comms and reinforced the perimeter. The mine entrance itself was subtly camouflaged, made to look like a natural rockfall, while inside, the low-level sonic emitter continued its gentle, disruptive hum around the carved gateway, a perpetual guardian. It was a silent sentinel, ensuring that if the creature ever tried to return through that particular weakness, it would be met with an immediate, subtle deterrent. Finally, the day came to leave the valley. The truck was loaded, but this time the journey was different. There was no oppressive silence, no encroaching mist. The sun shone, the air was clear, and the world felt vibrant and alive. As we drove away, I looked back at the valley, now peaceful and green under the afternoon sun. It no longer seemed like a place of dread, but a place of profound significance. A battleground, yes, but also a crucible where a new form of defense had been forged. "What's next?" I asked Dr. Thorne, who sat beside me, gazing at the receding valley. He turned a thoughtful expression on his face. "Now, Alex, the real work begins. We have secured Blackwood Valley. Our next task is to secure the future." Our first stop was a secure, off-grid facility in a remote part of the Pacific Northwest, owned by a philanthropic organization that had discreetly funded some of Dr. Thorne's more unconventional research over the years. This was where his network truly converged. It was a sprawling complex of labs, data centers, and living quarters, all buried deep within a mountain, designed to withstand even the most extreme external events. Here we were debriefed extensively by a small group of Dr. Thorne's closest associates, individuals who, like us, had encountered phenomena beyond conventional understanding. There was Dr. Evelyn Reed, a quantum physicist with an uncanny grasp of theoretical dimensions, her bright eyes perpetually alight with intellectual curiosity. And Kalen, a stoic, intensely perceptive indigenous elder, whose people's oral histories spoke of shadow beings and tears in the sky from time immemorial, long before modern science dared to utter such concepts. He was a guardian of ancient knowledge, a bridge between scientific inquiry and forgotten wisdom. We recounted our full story, from my initial solo adventure to the final, triumphant battle in the mine. We presented all of our data, the recordings, the thermal images, the atmospheric fluctuations, Lena's acoustic analysis, Ben's energetic models, Marcus's detailed maps, and my own comprehensive chronicle. The room buzzed with a mixture of awe, excitement, and a profound, solemn understanding. Dr. Reed's questions delved into the minutiae of the creature's energetic signature, comparing it to her own complex equations on dimensional entanglement. Kalen listened in silence, his eyes fixed on me as I described the carvings, the hum, and the creature's final, desperate retreat. When I finished, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "The mountain spirit has been quieted," Kalen said, his gaze unwavering, "but the tear remains, small perhaps, but a tear nonetheless." Dr. Thorne translated for us. He refers to the dimensional breach itself. Even if the creature cannot pass through it now, the fabric of reality at that point remains thin. It is a scar, a point of weakness that must be continuously monitored, perhaps even healed if such a thing is possible. Over the next few weeks, the mountain facility became our new operational base. Our team, now expanded, settled into a demanding routine of research, analysis, and preparation. Lena, energized by her success, began working with Dr. Reed, exploring the theoretical underpinnings of her inverse harmonic. They hypothesized about using similar principles to potentially repair localized dimensional tears, not just repel entities. Their lab was a symphony of high-frequency pulses, intricate light patterns, and complex energy fields, as they tried to replicate the conditions of the gateway's closure on a smaller scale. Ben, in collaboration with the facility's engineering teams, was tasked with designing a new generation of monitoring equipment. He was building advanced, autonomous sensor arrays capable of detecting the most subtle atmospheric, seismic, and energetic anomalies, not just in Blackwood Valley, but across a network of potential weak points identified by Dr. Thorne's extensive research. He was also working on a more robust, portable version of Lena's sonic emitters, refined and miniaturized for rapid deployment. Marcus, true to his nature, began training the facility's security personnel in advanced tracking, stealth, and survival techniques tailored for encounters with unseen threats. He developed specialized protocols for perimeter defense and rapid extraction, incorporating his understanding of the creature's movement patterns and sensory capabilities. He stressed adaptability and precise observation, emphasizing that traditional combat methods were often useless against such entities. He also worked with Kalen, learning about ancient tracking methods, the subtle signs in nature that hinted at disruption beyond the visible spectrum. Alex remained Dr. Thorne's primary field liaison and chronicler. My task was to continue documenting every aspect of their ongoing research, acting as a bridge between the different scientific disciplines and the field operatives. I conducted interviews with other individuals in the network who had faced similar phenomena, gathering their experiences, comparing their accounts to mine, and searching for common patterns. My journal, once a private account of terror, was now a crucial part of a shared, evolving narrative, a central repository of first-hand encounters. I worked closely with Kalen, translating some of the ancient lore into a language more accessible to the scientific team, finding surprising parallels between his people's stories and our modern scientific discoveries. Dr. Thorne, meanwhile, was relentless. He presented their findings to a select group of high-level government officials and international scientific bodies, not openly, but through carefully curated, deniable channels. He used his extensive network, leveraging favors and contacts built over decades, to subtly introduce the truth of extra-dimensional incursions. He understood that the world was not ready for a full disclosure, but he was laying the groundwork, seeding the truth where it might germinate. He argued for the establishment of a clandestine international task force dedicated to monitoring and responding to these threats. The data from Blackwood Valley was their irrefutable proof. The hum, the creature, its retreat, and the subsequent restoration of the valley. It was all meticulously documented, analyzed, and presented in a way that left little room for skepticism among those privy to the information. One evening, Dr. Thorne called me into his private study, a room filled with ancient maps, esoteric texts, and gleaming scientific instruments. He motioned for me to sit. "Alex," he began, his voice serious, "your role in all of this has been invaluable. Not just your initial discovery, but your presence in the field, your detailed observations, your unwavering commitment. You have proven yourself to be far more than just a witness." I felt a surge of pride. I just want to help Dr. Thorne, to make sure no one else has to go through what Ben and I did. He nodded, and you will. We are entering a new phase. Our success at Blackwood has opened doors, but it has also revealed the scale of what we are up against. Blackwood Valley was an isolated incident, a localized breach, but there are others. Whispers from remote parts of the world, strange energy spikes, unexplained disappearances, pockets of temporal distortion, they are all increasing. He gestured to a large holographic display that sprung to life, projecting a rotating globe. Scattered across its surface were dozens of faint, glowing red dots. These are points of interest, Dr. Thorne explained, his voice low. Locations where the veil between dimensions is thinning, where similar entities could attempt to cross over. Most are latent, dormant, but some are active, and one in particular has caught our attention. He zoomed in on a specific red dot, located deep within the Amazon rainforest. It pulsed with a brighter intensity than the others, a vibrant crimson against the green backdrop of the jungle. This region has been experiencing escalating seismic activity, localized atmospheric anomalies similar to those we observed in Blackwood, and recent, unexplained disappearances of research teams and indigenous populations. Dr. Thorne continued. The energy signatures we are detecting from there are similar, but significantly more powerful than what we found in Blackwood. We believe it might be a much larger, more stable dimensional gateway. And if there is a gateway, there is likely an entity, or perhaps even multiple entities, operating within it. My stomach tightened. The Amazon, a vast, ancient, impenetrable wilderness, a perfect place for something extra-dimensional to hide, to grow, to thrive unseen. Are we going there? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Dr. Thorne looked at me, his eyes resolute. We are. The success at Blackwood has given us a blueprint. We have refined our technology, expanded our knowledge, and solidified our team. But the Amazon presents a far greater challenge. The scale, the environment, the potential for a more powerful entity. It will test us in ways Blackwood never did. He paused, then continued. Kalen's people have ancient lore about this region. They speak of a sleeping god in the heart of the jungle, a force that occasionally stirs, bringing shadow and whispers. They have warned outsiders away from certain sacred, forbidden lands. The combination of cutting-edge science and ancient wisdom, once again, was converging on a single, terrifying truth. This mission, Alex, will be different, Dr. Thorne said. It will require a larger team, more resources, and an even greater level of stealth and precision. We won't just be pushing something back. We'll be confronting a potentially established foothold. We'll be going into a place where the barrier between worlds might be almost non-existent. He motioned back to the holographic globe, the pulsating red dot in the Amazon glowing ominously. We need to understand this new threat. We need to apply what we learned from Blackwood, and if necessary, we need to seal this gateway too, for the sake of humanity. The weight of his words settled on me, heavier than any pack I had ever carried. Blackwood Valley had been my crucible. The Amazon would be the true test. Over the next few months, the facility became a hub of intense preparation for the Amazon expedition. The team expanded significantly, bringing in specialists from various fields. There was Dr. Eris Thorne, our lead theoretician and strategist, now more confident and determined than ever. Lena Petrova and Dr. Evelyn Reed, the brilliant physicists, worked tirelessly on advanced sonic and energetic countermeasures, refining devices to not only repel but potentially interact with the very fabric of dimensional rifts. Ben Carter, the pragmatic engineer, oversaw the development of cutting-edge sensor arrays, environmental monitoring systems, and advanced communication networks, all designed for the unique challenges of the rainforest. Marcus Kane, the seasoned operative, assembled and trained a small, elite field team, focusing on jungle survival, covert operations, and the specialized deployment of their new technology. I, Alex, continued my role as chronicler and field liaison, drawing on my Blackwood experience to help shape mission protocols and anticipate potential threats. Kalen provided invaluable insights from ancient lore, guiding their understanding of the subtle energetic ley lines and spiritual significance of the land. The expedition team itself was a carefully chosen blend of scientists, linguists to communicate with local tribes, and highly trained operatives. They were all individuals who had, in one way or another, brushed against the impossible and were now committed to understanding and defending against it. Our equipment was state-of-the-art, environmentally sealed, ruggedized, and highly specialized. Lightweight, high-frequency sonic emitters, portable power generators, enhanced thermal and electromagnetic spectrum cameras, air quality monitors calibrated for exotic atmospheric compositions, and durable, encrypted communication systems that could cut through dense jungle canopy. Marcus's team was equipped with advanced jungle camouflage, specialized rations, and non-lethal deterrents, along with a few suppressed firearms for defense against conventional threats. The Amazon region identified by Dr. Thorne was known to the scientific community as a place of unusual geological activity, deep fault lines, high geothermal energy. To Kalen's people, it was a sacred, forbidden zone, whispered to be the abode of ancient, sleeping spirits, sometimes stirring to malevolent life. The convergence of these two perspectives lent an almost mythical weight to their scientific mission. The journey to the edge of the Amazon was long and complex, involving several layers of covert transport, designed to bypass conventional oversight and maintain absolute secrecy. From the last commercial flight, we transferred to a rugged, unmarked cargo plane, then to a smaller, specialized amphibious aircraft that could land on remote rivers. Finally, we deployed from that aircraft in a series of stealthy, electric-powered riverboats, navigating the winding tributaries deep into the heart of the jungle. The sheer scale of the Amazon was overwhelming. The canopy overhead formed a living cathedral, a dense, verdant roof that blocked out most of the sky. The air was thick with humidity and the intoxicating scent of decaying vegetation, teeming with the sounds of unseen life, a cacophony of chirps, calls, and rustles that dwarfed the eerie silence of Blackwood Valley. It was a primal, vibrant wilderness, untamed and indifferent to human presence. As we moved deeper, however, the familiar signs began to appear. The vibrant jungle sounds slowly began to recede, replaced by a growing, unnatural quiet. The air, once humid and fragrant, grew heavy, almost stagnant, and a faint, subtle metallic tang began to permeate it, a scent I remembered all too well. Ben, monitoring his environmental sensors, confirmed the shift. Atmospheric pressure dropping subtly but consistently, oxygen levels showing a minor but growing deficit, humidity spiking in localized pockets. These are the preliminary indicators, Dr. Thorne. Dr. Thorne, his face grim, nodded. It begins. Kalen, can you sense anything? Kalen, sitting at the bow of the lead boat, his eyes closed, slowly opened them. The spirit stirs. The song of the jungle quiets for it. It is vast. His words were simple, yet carried an immense weight. Our first objective was to establish a secure, camouflaged base camp. Marcus selected a site on a slightly elevated plateau, overlooking a wide bend in the river, offering strategic advantages and natural cover. The construction was swift and silent, the team working with practiced efficiency. Camouflaged tents, a perimeter of advanced motion sensors, thermal cameras, and electromagnetic detectors were deployed, creating a secure bubble in the heart of the wilderness. Power was supplied by silent, portable solar arrays and hydrogen fuel cells. Unlike Blackwood, where the hum had been a constant presence from the moment we entered the valley, here it was different. It was initially absent, but the absence of natural sound, the oppressive quiet, was perhaps even more unnerving. It felt like the jungle was holding its breath. Then, as dusk fell on our first night, it began. A low, almost imperceptible thrum, emanating not from a single point, but seemingly from the very earth itself, rising up through the dense vegetation. It was deeper, more resonant than the Blackwood hum. It wasn't just a sound, it was a vibration that seemed to permeate the air, the water, and the very soil beneath our feet. Lena's acoustic sensors immediately registered its presence. "It's here," she whispered, her voice tight with anticipation. "But it's a much broader frequency range, not as localized as Blackwood. This feels ancient, deeply embedded." Dr. Thorne watched the readings, his brow furrowed. "It suggests a more stable, perhaps older dimensional breach. The entity, or entities, here have had far longer to integrate with our reality, to weave themselves into the fabric of this place." Kalen, standing silently beside Dr. Thorne, nodded. "The roots of the spirit are deep here. The mountain is not just a place, but a living being. Its essence is interwoven with the spirits that dwell within its cracks." Our initial reconnaissance phase began. Marcus led small, stealthy patrols, deploying remote sensor arrays deeper into the jungle, creating a grid to triangulate the source of the intensifying hum. Ben monitored the environmental data, noting subtle fluctuations in the ecosystem, strange plant growth, unusually still bodies of water, localized areas where insects refused to venture. Lena analyzed the complex acoustic signatures, searching for patterns, for any hint of the creature's presence beyond the pervasive hum. Dr. Reed, poring over satellite imagery and geological surveys, looked for anomalies that might indicate a large-scale dimensional thinning. I documented everything, sketching out maps of the burgeoning quiet zones, noting the eerie transformations in the flora and fauna. The silence was not just the absence of sound, but an active negation of life, as if the energy drain extended beyond mere air quality. Plants looked desiccated in places, even amidst the verdant jungle, and healthy trees sometimes bore strange, almost crystalline growths on their bark. Within days, we pinpointed a possible central source for the hum. It emanated from a deeply secluded, uncharted part of the rainforest, where a massive, ancient mesa rose abruptly from the flat canopy, a geological anomaly, a forgotten mountain. This was the place Kalen's people called the Mountain of Whispers, a place where shadows gathered and the veil thinned. The energy readings from the Mountain of Whispers were immense, dwarfing anything seen in Blackwood. Electromagnetic fluctuations were off the charts, and Ben's environmental sensors detected localized gravitational anomalies and strange temporal distortions, brief, almost imperceptible skips in time that made compasses spin erratically and made some team members feel a fleeting sense of disorientation. "This isn't just a creature or even a localized entity," Dr. Reed stated, her voice tight with excitement and apprehension. "This is a full-blown dimensional tear, a persistent, large-scale bleed-through. Whatever is on the other side is far more powerful, far more integrated into this reality than anything we've encountered. Kalen confirmed this place has been awake for centuries. It sleeps, but it breathes, and now it breathes deeper. The team deliberated. The scale of the threat was unprecedented. Their Blackwood tactics, though successful, might be insufficient here. A direct confrontation like the one in the mine might be too risky, too destabilizing for the entire region. The goal shifted from simply repelling a creature to understanding and potentially containing a much larger, more systemic anomaly. "We need to penetrate the mountain of whispers," Dr. Thorne declared, looking at the holographic map of the pulsating red dot. "We need to understand the nature of this gateway, its stability, and the full extent of the entity's influence. We cannot simply push it back. We need to understand how to seal a breach of this magnitude." Marcus proposed a deep reconnaissance mission, a multi-day infiltration into the Mountain of Whispers. His elite field team, augmented by Ben for sensor deployment and me for documentation, would lead the advance. Lena and Dr. Reed would remain at base camp, ready to analyze real-time data and provide advanced energetic countermeasures from a distance should they be needed. Dr. Thorne would oversee the entire operation, collaborating closely with Kalen to interpret both scientific and ancient signals. The infiltration began at dawn, under a thick canopy of mist that clung to the ancient trees. We moved with agonizing slowness, Marcus leading the way, his senses hyper-alert. The jungle here was even denser, the foliage more suffocating. The sounds of nature were almost entirely absent, replaced by the pervasive, deep hum that resonated in our bones. As we approached the base of the mesa, the air grew incredibly heavy, thick with the metallic tang and a new, almost floral but deeply unsettling, sweetness. The environmental sensors on Ben's pack flashed yellow, then red. Oxygen levels were dropping dramatically. "Respirators on," Marcus commanded, his voice muffled by his own mask. We donned our respirators, the filtered air a welcome relief against the suffocating atmosphere. The trees themselves seemed to writhe, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes, their leaves a sickly, dark green. Some bore crystalline growths, shimmering with an unearthly light. We found the first signs of the entity's physical presence near a cluster of massive, ancient trees. Not carvings this time, but organic formations. Glistening, black, tar-like substances oozed from cracks in the rock and from the bark of trees, pooling on the ground in viscous, trembling masses. The substance pulsed with a faint, inner light, like sickly green embers beneath the surface. "This is it," Ben whispered, his thermal camera scanning the oozing masses. "These are not just geological features. These are extensions, like the eyes in Blackwood Mine, but on a far larger scale." Marcus meticulously deployed small, unobtrusive sensors near the pulsating tar, while I photographed and documented the strange growths. The hum here was deafening, a roar that vibrated through my entire body, threatening to disorient me. Even through the respirator, the cloying, sweet stench was overwhelming. Suddenly, Kalen's voice crackled in our comms, urgent and strained. "Alex, Marcus, we are detecting a major energetic surge near your position. The mountain, it is aware. It is waking." Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath us trembled violently. The trees around us shuddered, showering us with strange crystalline debris. From deep within the pulsating tar pools, tendrils began to rise slowly, sinuously, like enormous black snakes made of pure shadow and viscous matter. They writhed in the air, pulsing with the same sickly green light, probing the environment with an unseen intelligence. Incoming contacts, Marcus yelled, his rifle snapping up, scanning the tendrils. They're not moving like organic matter, they're too fluid. Ben's thermal scanner picked up faint, undulating heat signatures within the tendrils, confirming their presence was more than just shadow. They were extensions of the entity or entities within the dimensional breach. Base camp advice, Ben shouted into his comms. These tendrils are sentient, they're scanning us. Dr. Thorne's voice was tense. Do not engage directly, Marcus. These are probes, extensions of a larger consciousness. Lena, prepare a broad-spectrum, low-intensity counter-frequency sweep for their location. We want to deter, not provoke a full manifestation. Lena's voice came through, clear and focused. Executing low-intensity sweep, Marcus. A new subtle vibration emanated from Ben's portable emitter, a gentle counterhum designed to be irritating, not harmful. The effect was immediate. The tendrils, which had been slowly approaching, recoiled with a jerky, almost pained motion. The sickly green light pulsed erratically. They thrashed briefly, then slowly began to retract, sinking back into the tar pools, leaving ripples of viscous matter behind. "It's working," I exclaimed, a surge of relief mixed with profound unease. The entity here was different. It wasn't a single, massive creature, but something more diffuse, more pervasive. "It's a network," Dr. Reed's voice crackled through. "The entity isn't a single biological unit. It's an energetic consciousness, manifesting through multiple anchor points, using the very matter of our dimension as a conduit. The tar, it's a physical manifestation of its energy." Marcus, ever vigilant, scanned the retreating tendrils. "It's withdrawing, but it's learning. It understands we're a new variable." "Extract now, Marcus," Dr. Thorne commanded. "We have confirmed its nature. We have established deterrence. We need to reevaluate our approach." We retreated from the mountain of whispers, the pulsating hum receding behind us, the strange, sweet stench lingering in our respirators. Back at base camp, the debriefing was immediate and intense. The new data was concerning. The entity in the Amazon was not a singular creature like the Blackwood Strider. It was a vast, networked consciousness, an energetic bleed-through that manifested through multiple points, using localized atmospheric and geological features as anchors. Its influence was widespread, subtle yet pervasive, slowly but surely transforming the very ecosystem. "This is not a monster hunt," Dr. Reed said, her eyes alight with fierce determination. "This is an ecosystem-level threat. The entire Mountain of Whispers region is becoming an extension of its own dimension. The entity is literally weaving itself into our reality." Lena elaborated. "Our Blackwood deterrents were designed for a specific vibrational frequency of a contained entity. Here, we need something far more sophisticated. A network of counter-frequencies, perhaps targeting multiple anchor points simultaneously, and a way to sever the entity's energetic connection to our dimension on a macro scale." Kalen provided chilling context. "My ancestors spoke of the Dream Weaver, a spirit that would slowly enfold the land in its dream, drawing life into its own shadow world. They warned against disturbing its sleep too deeply, lest it awaken fully and consume all." Dr. Thorne absorbed all of this, his mind racing. "So our goal is not just to repel, but to unweave its influence, to gently, yet firmly, disengage its energetic tendrils from our reality, and then to reinforce the dimensional barrier. We must not destroy the host ecosystem in the process." A new plan began to take shape. It would involve a massive, coordinated effort to deploy a grid of advanced, broad-spectrum sonic emitters and energetic disruptors across the entire Mountain of Whispers region. These devices, meticulously calibrated by Lena and Dr. Reed, would generate a complex web of inverse harmonics designed to systematically dislodge the entity, energetic tendrils from our reality, and then to reinforce the dimensional barrier. We must not destroy the host ecosystem in the process. A new plan began to take shape. It would involve a massive, coordinated effort to deploy a grid of advanced, broad-spectrum sonic emitters and energetic disruptors across the entire Mountain of Whispers region. These devices, meticulously calibrated by Lena and Dr. Reed, would generate a complex web of inverse harmonics designed to systematically dislodge the entity's influence, like unraveling a vast, ethereal tapestry. The first challenge was the sheer scale. Blackwood Valley had been a single cavern, a concentrated point of incursion. The Mountain of Whispers was a vast, sprawling region, hundreds of square miles of dense, unforgiving jungle. Deploying a network of hundreds of advanced sensors and emitters across such terrain would be a logistical nightmare, requiring weeks, if not months, of grueling, dangerous work. Ben, ever the pragmatist, immediately began mapping out deployment strategies. He designed specialized drones, robust and silent, capable of navigating the dense canopy and placing the smaller, more precise emitters. For the larger disruptors, which required more power and a larger energetic footprint, Marcus's team would have to establish a series of microbases deep within the jungle, each camouflaged and defended, with direct line of sight to key anchor points identified by Dr. Reed's energy models. Lena and Dr. Reed worked in a synergistic frenzy, refining the harmonic frequencies. Their goal was to create not a single, powerful blast, but a layered, multi-frequency field that could gently, yet inexorably, peel back the entity's presence without causing widespread environmental damage. They experimented with subtle phase shifts, targeting the entity's energetic resonance, aiming to induce a kind of dimensional nausea that would compel it to withdraw. Kalen, meanwhile, became invaluable in identifying the ley lines of the Mountain of Whispers, the ancient energetic pathways his ancestors had recognized. He explained that these weren't just geological features, but channels of vital energy, spiritual arteries of the land. The entity, he believed, was using these very pathways to spread its influence, like a parasite tapping into a host's circulatory system. This insight allowed Dr. Reed to fine-tune her models, directing the energetic disruptors to these specific conduits, effectively severing the entity's internal communication and distribution network within our dimension. I continued to document everything, my journal filling with detailed schematics, environmental readings, and Kalen's cryptic yet insightful lore. My role was also to serve as a bridge, translating Kalen's wisdom into scientific terms for the physicists, and explaining the scientific principles to Kalen in a way he could relate to his ancestral knowledge. The synthesis of these two worlds was a fragile, yet powerful alliance. The deployment phase was brutal. Weeks blurred into a relentless cycle of long treks, humid nights, and constant vigilance. Marcus's team, including myself for reconnaissance and documentation, navigated the treacherous terrain, hacking through thick vines, crossing swollen rivers, and climbing sheer rock faces. The jungle fought back with venomous insects, lurking predators, and relentless heat, but the entity also pushed back. As we installed the first perimeter of smaller emitters, designed to create a soft, energetic boundary, the jungle around us began to twist. Trees that had been merely gnarled became overtly hostile, their branches seeming to reach, their roots to trip. The tar-like substance began to appear in new places, oozing from rock fissures and pooling in hollows, each mass pulsing with that sickening green light. The omnipresent hum intensified, sometimes shifting in frequency, becoming a low growl that seemed to vibrate directly inside our skulls, inducing headaches and a profound sense of disorientation. One afternoon, while Ben and I were deploying a sensor array near a particularly active tar pool, the ground beneath us began to ripple. The black, viscous substance surged upwards, not as individual tendrils this time, but as a vast, undulating wave, forming a wall of shimmering shadow matter that rose almost 20 feet high. It advanced slowly, silently, absorbing the light around it, emanating an oppressive cold that penetrated our protective gear. "Run!" Marcus roared over the comms. "Full retreat, do not engage." We scrambled, tearing through the dense undergrowth, the shadow wall oozing behind us, threatening to engulf us. The air grew impossibly heavy, oxygen plummeting, forcing us to gasp for breath even through our respirators. It wasn't chasing us with speed, but with an inexorable, suffocating advance, like a rising tide of pure despair. "Lena, Dr. Reed, deploy the perimeter defense frequencies." Dr. Thorne's voice cut through the comms. "Full sweep, localized to Marcus's coordinates, non-lethal force." From Ben's portable emitter, and then from the newly deployed perimeter devices, a cascade of complex, intertwining frequencies erupted. It wasn't a single hum, but a symphony of precise, phase-shifted vibrations, like invisible ripples in a pond intersecting and canceling each other out. The shadow wall hesitated. It shimmered violently, its surface roiling like boiling oil. The pervasive hum from the entity shrieked, a high-pitched, agonizing sound that tore at our ears. Slowly, agonizingly, the wall began to recede, slumping back into the earth, its viscous substance sinking back into the pools, leaving behind scorched, blackened ground and a lingering smell of ozone and fear. It was a victory, but a terrifying one. The entity was powerful, and its scale was immense. It wasn't attacking, it was reacting, pushing back against their intrusion, defending its growing territory. "It's testing us," Dr. Reed said later, back at base camp, reviewing the telemetry data. "It wants to know our limits, our capabilities." Its response was defensive, not aggressive. It's a consciousness that seeks to assimilate, not destroy, unless provoked. "The dream weaver seeks to weave us into its dream," Kalen observed gravely. "To make us part of its shadow, we must not let it enfold us." The deployment continued, marked by these escalating encounters. The entity would send probes or manifest smaller localized tar masses or intensify the hum to debilitating levels, testing the limits of their resolve and their technology. Each time, Lena and Dr. Reed would counter with a refined frequency, learning more about the entity's energetic structure, its weaknesses, and its means of perception. Ben would adapt the hardware, making the emitters more robust, more efficient. Marcus would adjust their deployment strategies, finding new, covert pathways into the heart of the anomaly. I continued to document the toll it took on the team, both physically and mentally. The constant vigilance, the oppressive atmosphere, the bone-deep hum that never truly left, even in sleep. It frayed nerves and tested endurance. But there was also a growing sense of unity, a shared purpose forged in the crucible of this alien threat. Finally, after nearly 2 months of arduous work, the network was in place. Hundreds of emitters and disruptors formed a complex, interwoven grid across the entire Mountain of Whispers region, stretching from the outer perimeter where the natural jungle began to thin all the way to the mesa's core. The larger disruptors, powered by compact hydrogen fuel cells, hummed with a low, barely audible frequency, waiting for activation. The final phase began. The plan was to activate the network in carefully coordinated waves, starting from the periphery and working inwards. This would create a retreating energetic field, gently pushing the entity back towards the central gateway, systematically unweaving its influence from the ecosystem, rather than a sudden, violent expulsion that could destabilize the entire region. On the eve of the full activation, Dr. Thorne gathered the core team. The holographic map of the Mountain of Whispers pulsed before them, overlaid with the intricate grid of their deployed technology. "Tomorrow we begin," he announced, his voice steady. "This is the culmination of everything we've learned. We are not fighting a beast, but an invading consciousness that seeks to remake our reality. Our goal is to sever its energetic roots, to retract its tendrils, and to reinforce the dimensional barrier at its core. This will be a delicate, protracted operation. The entity will undoubtedly resist, perhaps with a ferocity we have not yet witnessed." Lena and Dr. Reed explained the activation sequence one last time. Ben detailed the real-time monitoring protocols. Marcus outlined the contingency plans for every imaginable scenario. Kalen sat silently, his gaze fixed on the glowing map, occasionally offering a subtle gesture or a murmured word that only Dr. Thorne seemed to fully grasp. "Alex," Dr. Thorne turned to me, "your role will be crucial. You will be at the central control hub, documenting every phase, every reaction, every data point. You are our eyes and our memory, a witness to history." My stomach churned, but I nodded, a strange mix of fear and exhilaration swelling within me. This was it, the real test. The next morning, the jungle was shrouded in an even thicker mist, silent save for the ever-present deep hum. From the central command post at base camp, a fortified, electromagnetically shielded bunker, the team prepared. Lena and Dr. Reed sat before an array of consoles, their fingers poised over holographic interfaces. Ben monitored the vast flow of data from hundreds of sensors. Dr. Thorne stood, a tactical map projected before him, Kalen at his side. Marcus and his field team were positioned at strategic points around the Mountain of Whispers, ready to intervene if the entity broke through their energetic containment. "Phase 1 activation," Dr. Thorne commanded. "Perimeter emitters, low-intensity inverse harmonic. Lena, begin." Lena pressed a sequence on her console. A ripple of faint energy pulsed outwards on the holographic map. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ambient hum from the entity shifted. It didn't intensify, but it became agitated, fragmented, like a dissonant chord. Outside the bunker, the jungle began to subtly react. Trees shuddered. The tar-like growths pulsed more rapidly, the sickly green light flaring. We watched the screens, monitoring the entity's energetic footprint. It was contracting slowly but visibly, pulling back from the outer perimeter. "It's withdrawing," Ben exclaimed, pointing to a graph showing a decreasing energy signature. "The perimeter is holding." But the retreat wasn't without consequence. As the entity pulled back, its core intensified. The red dot on the holographic globe, representing the heart of the Mountain of Whispers, began to glow with a furious, incandescent light. "Phase 2, Dr. Thorne ordered, his voice unwavering. "Mid-range disruptors, increase intensity." Lena adjusted the frequencies. A deeper, more resonant thrum filled the air, not just outside, but even within the shielded bunker. It was the sound of reality being subtly altered, of a profound, energetic battle. The entity's hum outside roared in response, a cacophony of enraged, dissonant frequencies. On the screens, the images from Marcus's remote cameras showed incredible scenes. The jungle, now deep within the entity's active zone, was writhing. Trees twisted grotesquely, their roots tearing free from the earth, forming vast, grasping pseudopods. The tar-like substance surged upwards, coalescing into towering, amorphous forms that pulsed with malevolent green light. These forms were not solid, but constantly shifting, their shapes resembling primal, alien deities made of shadow and viscous energy. "It's manifesting," Ben yelled, his voice strained. Large-scale physical manifestation, gravitational anomalies spiking. Dr. Reed's voice was calm, but urgent. "These aren't discrete entities, Ben. These are projections, extensions of the central consciousness. It's concentrating its essence to resist the energetic pressure. It's attempting to anchor itself more firmly in our dimension." The bunker itself began to shake, a deep, grinding tremor that threatened to dislodge the equipment. Alarms blared, indicating breaches in the outer sensor perimeter. "Marcus, report," Dr. Thorne demanded. Marcus's voice crackled through, strained but firm. "Multiple manifestations approaching our forward positions. They're not attacking, but they're pushing, trying to overwhelm the emitters with sheer energetic mass. We're holding the line, but it's intense." I watched the feeds, my heart hammering. The jungle was no longer a forest. It was a battleground, alive with alien will. The shadow forms writhed, their green eyes now visible, thousands of them, opening and closing across their fluid surfaces, watching, assessing. "It's adapting to the frequencies," Lena cried out. "Its own hum is shifting, trying to find a counter-resonance. It's attempting to re-establish its energetic hold." Dr. Thorne's gaze went to Kalen. "Kalen, what does the lore say of this? How does the Dream Weaver truly resist?" Kalen's eyes were closed, his face etched with ancient pain. He spoke, his voice a low rumble. "It consumes light. It feeds on the joy of the sun and the warmth of life. It wraps its shadows around the soul. To fully awaken, it must feel the essence of life." Dr. Reed gasped. The environmental shifts, the oxygen depletion, the cold spots. It's drawing in ambient energy, yes, but it's also consuming the vitality of the ecosystem. It's creating a localized energy vacuum to fuel its manifestation. It's drawing in the very life force of the jungle. A horrifying realization dawned on me. The entity wasn't just invading space, it was invading life. It was literally draining the vitality out of our world to sustain its own. "Then we must cut off its sustenance," Dr. Thorne declared, his voice resolute. "Lena, Dr. Reed, can we modulate a frequency that mimics the resonance of life itself, a frequency that is anathema to its parasitic nature?" Lena's brow furrowed in concentration. "A biometabolic frequency. It's incredibly complex. We'd be attempting to resonate with the fundamental energy of biological processes. It would be a massive energy draw from our generators." "Do it," Dr. Thorne commanded. "Ben, divert all non-essential power to Lena and Dr. Reed's consoles. Marcus, hold your positions at all costs. Alex, prepare to document the energy spike. This will be our last resort." Ben's fingers flew across his keyboard. The lights in the bunker flickered momentarily as power was rerouted. Lena and Dr. Reed worked in a desperate, symbiotic dance, their commands and theories flowing back and forth, building a new, unprecedented frequency pattern. Outside, the entity's hum reached a fever pitch, a deafening, disorienting roar that seemed to tear at the fabric of sound itself. The shadow forms surged, moving with a frightening speed, overwhelming some of the outermost emitters, crushing them with their immense fluid mass. The emitters 7, 12, 19, and 23 offline. Ben shouted, alarms blaring. Containment is faltering. Almost there, Lena yelled, her face glistening with sweat. Dr. Reed was muttering equations under her breath, her eyes blazing with intense focus. Then, with a final, synchronized keystroke, they activated it. A new sound erupted, not a hum, not a thrum, but a pure crystalline tone, resonating with an astonishing depth and clarity. It wasn't loud, but it permeated everything, a harmonic vibration that seemed to sing with the very essence of life, of growth, of vitality. It was the sound of nature, amplified and distilled into a single, perfect frequency. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The roaring hum from the entity choked, collapsing into a ragged gasp. The towering shadow forms, which had been pressing against Marcus's lines, recoiled as if struck by an invisible hammer. They didn't just retract, they writhed in agony, their fluid surfaces bubbling and blistering. The sickly green light within them flickered wildly, then dimmed, then surged with a desperate, painful intensity. The air outside the bunker, which had been thick and heavy, suddenly felt lighter, cleaner. The pervasive cold began to dissipate, replaced by a faint, surprising warmth. "It's tearing its anchors apart," Dr. Reed shouted, her voice hoarse with triumph. The biometabolic frequency is anathema to its energetic structure. It's forcing it to expel the vital energy it has absorbed. The entity shrieked again, a sound that seemed to tear from the very heart of the mountain of whispers, a sound of profound, existential pain. The ground trembled violently, more intensely than before, as if the mountain itself was convulsing. The shadow forms began to rapidly disintegrate, not dissolving into the tar pools, but evaporating into thin, wispy tendrils of black vapor that dissipated into the jungle air. The tar-like substance, still oozing from the ground, now seemed inert, its inner green glow extinguished, replaced by a dull obsidian sheen. "The entity is pulling back its extensions," Ben announced, his voice filled with awe. "Energy signatures from the mountain of whispers are collapsing. The bleed-through is reversing." Dr. Thorne watched the holographic map, his expression grimly satisfied. The incandescent red dot, which had been pulsing with furious intensity, was now rapidly dimming, contracting back to its central point. "Maintain the frequency, Lena," Dr. Reed, Dr. Thorne commanded. "Ben, divert any remaining power to reinforce the central containment. Marcus, prepare for a final, deep probe to the core of the mesa. We need to assess the gateway's stability now that its influence has receded." The biometabolic frequency hummed, a constant, cleansing force. The jungle slowly, hesitantly began to reclaim its natural sounds. A distant bird call, a rustle of leaves, the faint buzz of insects. The air grew fresher, lighter, no longer oppressive. The entity's presence was still there, but it was diminished, contained, wounded. As the energy reading stabilized at a significantly reduced level, Dr. Thorne gave the order. "Marcus, Alex, Ben, proceed with the final reconnaissance. Lena, Dr. Reed, maintain the biometabolic pulse. Kalen, your guidance will be crucial." We geared up again, a different kind of mission this time. Not a desperate retreat, but a methodical advance into a battlefield where the enemy was largely routed, but not entirely vanquished. The air was still thick with the acrid scent of ozone and burnt rock, but the pervasive sweetness was gone, replaced by the clean, damp smell of the jungle. Kalen walked with us, his senses now attuned to the subtle energies of the jungle. He guided us through paths that seemed to weave through the dense foliage as if by magic, avoiding treacherous sinkholes and areas where the earth was still scorched and brittle from the entity's agony. As we ascended the slopes of the Mountain of Whispers, the signs of the battle were stark. Twisted trees lay snapped and broken, their bark seared. Patches of crystalline growth shimmered eerily, slowly dissolving back into the earth. The black, tar-like substance was everywhere, but it was now inert, a lifeless residue, hardening into brittle obsidian crusts. The deeper we went, the more pronounced the environmental anomalies became, even after the entity's retreat. The air here was still thin, the ground oddly cold. The omnipresent hum, though greatly diminished, still emanated from the mountain's heart, a faint, wounded moan. The dimensional tear is still present, Ben reported, scanning his sensors. The core gateway remains open, albeit significantly constricted. The biometabolic pulse has pushed the entity out, but it hasn't sealed the breach entirely. Kalen stopped suddenly, his hand raised. "It is here," he whispered, pointing to a colossal fissure in the side of the mesa, the mouth of the Dream Weaver. The fissure was unlike anything I had ever seen. It was not a natural geological formation. It was a jagged, impossibly dark cleft in the mountain rock, a gaping maw that seemed to absorb the light around it. The rock within was impossibly smooth, polished to a mirror-like sheen, yet reflecting nothing. It was pure, absolute blackness, a void that defied perception. And from within that void, the hum emanated, not the roaring, dissonant hum of the entity's full power, but a low, mournful drone, a sound of profound loneliness and ancient power. Energy readings off the charts, Ben breathed, his tablet displaying chaotic data streams. Localized spacetime distortion is immense here. Gravitational shifts are erratic. This isn't just a crack in reality, it's a gaping wound. Marcus, ever cautious, approached the fissure, his rifle held ready. He shined his powerful headlamp into the darkness. The light simply vanished, swallowed by the void. There was no discernible depth, no discernible edges, just an infinite, consuming blackness. "It's a dimensional portal," Dr. Reed's voice crackled through the comms. "A direct conduit. The biometabolic pulse has purged the entity from our side, but its true form, its consciousness, still resides within that gateway." Kalen walked to the edge of the fissure, his face etched with reverence and sorrow. He knelt, placing his hand on the smooth, cold rock that bordered the void. "It breathes the breath of shadows," he murmured. "It sleeps, but it waits. The wound is closed, but not healed." Dr. Thorne's voice was grave. "So we have contained it. We have pushed its influence back, but the gateway itself remains, a persistent scar on our reality." The realization hit me hard. We hadn't won in the sense of eliminating the threat entirely. We had merely achieved a monumental feat of containment, driving back an invading force and sealing its direct manifestations, but the source remained. "What now?" I asked, my voice echoing faintly in the oppressive quiet of the fissure. Dr. Thorne's response was immediate and resolute. "Now we secure it. We reinforce the barrier. Lena and Dr. Reed will work to develop a permanent, localized energetic field to stabilize the dimensional fabric at this point. A continuous, subtle pulse that will prevent any further bleed-through or manifestation. Ben, you will design the infrastructure to power and maintain it indefinitely." Marcus, you will establish a long-term covert monitoring station here, a permanent vigil against any future stirrings. He looked at me, his eyes alight with a renewed sense of purpose. And you, Alex, will continue to document everything. This is not the end of the story. It is merely the beginning of humanity's sustained defense against the unknown. The next phase was less about direct confrontation and more about enduring vigilance. The core team remained at the Mountain of Whispers for months, establishing the permanent containment and monitoring infrastructure. Lena and Dr. Reed meticulously designed and deployed a specialized array of quantum stabilizers around the fissure. These were not emitters designed to repel, but rather to gently reinforce the dimensional fabric itself, subtly knitting together the torn veil. Their constant, low-level pulse created a localized field that smoothed out the spacetime distortions and slowly, imperceptibly, lessened the oppressive atmospheric effects